Welcome to session number 13 of our time in Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door 2024 edition. We are right on the cusp of entering Chapter 8, but first, before we begin, just a moment of unfinished business here, because our previous stream was actually cut off near the end due to a sound problem. I was closing down the stream at a time, and we were just going through the arts gallery since we had collected everything up to Chapter 7 to 100% so far, with all of the star pieces acquired. And we had gotten near the end of Chapter 4. I was just going through the gallery and talking about everything we were seeing. In every chapter, the gallery has a lot of the concept art for both the remake as well as some of the illustrations that are from the original, illustrations dating back to 2002, 2003. And we found it rather invigorating to look over some of those. So I do want to finish up what we were talking about with Chapter 4 before we had the microphone issues that kind of led to a bit of a blank in the previous recording. And yeah, because there are a few things that I wanted to talk about, which I did find pretty intriguing. Starting here with some of the original artwork for the creepy steeple and Twilight Town, with the pig here sort of alone in town, as you can see in the illustration to the left. This is designated as stage 4 back then, as you can see, and we can kind of appreciate some of the original design with some of the pigs running around, as well as the birds, not quite specified as crows yet, I think, already atop the trees. But yeah, pigs on the steps, pigs on the street, pigs everywhere. And here we get into more of the creepy steeple itself, with the interior, the graveyard, etc. Notice how the moon is this crumpled up design here in the top right corner. I found it rather interesting. Also that, you know, in the process of playing Chapter 4, I think sometimes we don't necessarily pay that much attention to the moon as a location that would become relevant in a rather different way later on in the experience. So it's kind of interesting to see what iterations that went through on its own. Now, Flurry and Dupless, I think, are characters who went through a couple of different changes here. I always thought that Flurry sort of immediately reminded me of Ludwig von Koopa back when I played A Thousand Year Door originally. And you could see that, well, I mean, that's almost entirely just from the hairstyling and some of the proportions, but you can see that in her original design it was much more explicitly just cloudy, and that kind of Ludwig do that she puts on, as well as the string of pearls and everything, is something that she is accessorized with later on in the process. And it looks like in the bottom left here, maybe this was sort of an initial alternative for how Mario could have a wind-based power as well. And that's sort of interesting, that this was one concept that they had for something that would mechanically have been equivalent, just to have him pick up the plant instead. Dupless mostly preserves this idea of him being under this ghostly sheet, this ghostly Halloween costume with the eyes cut out in various configurations. Notice too that they sort of consider some alternatives when it comes to how the pig is assembled and cut from paper, whether it has these more angular folds to it. But yeah, kind of interesting that Dupless, I think in some ways, becomes simplified down to the fundamentals, although you've got this lovely ribbon and his hat as well that sort of becomes this very well-defined signature for him. But that initially you have these ideas like having the scythe and having him fly, and that was kind of neat to look at. So anyway, going on to Chapter 5, as we can see here, we begin with some of the artwork, which I think is just some of the concepts for the remake when it comes to the lighting and overall refurbishment. These are very interesting to look at generally when it comes to how they do the complete layout of the scene, given that they already have the basis of the original game to work from. And a couple of interesting sketches here with Bobbery downing the Chocola up in the top right. And of course, it's been sort of a treat to see that so much work was put into the backgrounds of the battle stage design in each of the different zones in the game, as well as how it is layered and put together. Because of course, you have this very quick animation that we see every time when we enter a battle, where the battle stage sort of gets assembled before our eyes as the curtain is raised, and it's sort of interesting to see how the layout is kind of conceived of here. Very much like seeing prototypical sketches for actual stage design, like physical stage design. Anyway, here's Cortez's ship, of course, and this entire scene over here, as well as some of the interiors, and this overall look and feel for Cortez that we now have, as well as the assembly of the battle stage here itself. I think if you look at the cobwebs in the back and just everything in the captain's cabin. Yeah, because there are definitely well-defined layers for foreground and background in terms of how things sit in relation to the central plane of the action. And that's the overall layout here, once again. It makes more sense in some ways to look at this as flat and planar, because of course we had so much trouble without being constrained on the Z-axis when it comes to jumping over the barrels. I kind of wish it did just sort of clip you to the axis like a side scroll in some ways, although that wouldn't quite work for the sailing, because we took a lot of damage to tumbling out of there. Anyway, this is going back to some of the original concepts. This must have been, it says October, it must have been October 02, given the development timeline of the original game, I think. You can see that for Keelhaul Key, that you have a couple of different concepts for how the encampment is going to look, including this treehouse that you have here. And of course you have something fairly recognizable as the grotto entrance still. But yeah, and you've got, of course, this Robinson Crusoe moment here with Mario just washed up on the beach. Almost kind of like the beginning of Link's Awakening in some ways, with this sort of panorama up to the mountain. Reminds me very much of Link's Awakening, in fact. And yeah, you have the grotto entrance where you have this concept of Mario having to wade in and getting his feet all soggy, as well as the initial layout of the ship over here. And look at this, that we have the two ships meeting. Anyway, this really caught my attention because look at how Flavio's original design was sort of expressly a toad, but with the silhouette of the hat sort of masking the toad head. If you look at this variant up here, but you can see this kind of continuity between, how he's explicitly a toad here. And in the top left, Flavio's got the hat still kind of outlining him as a toad, and that the outline is preserved, even though in his final form he's not really much of a toad at all. And that Flavio, I mean, there was a little bit of discussion a couple of streams ago in relation to the cast of Superstar Saga in terms of determining if he's maybe one of the the species from there instead. Bobbery, as you can see, initially has this rocket camo look to him, very much from more of a General Montgomery look in some ways, more suitable for a land war rather than the naval admiral that he becomes instead. Yeah, it's a look that sort of seems in some ways very specifically inspired by Montgomery. And you've got a couple of different ideas for him here. Look at the one that's more of a Bob-omb girl in the middle, and some of the spike helmets, and of course this fellow in the bottom right with the jester's hat that kind of looks like Marx from the Kirby series. And led me to think that, if you take Bob-ombs and you just kind of sketch them like this as the circles, they're actually very much like Kirby characters in some ways, and much more similar than you would think. Anyway, that's pretty much it for Chapter 5. Let's take a look at 6 quickly, with the lovely XS Express, and a couple of different looks at how it is going to Now look at different times of day. And also just in terms of papercraft, how it's assembled together, that you can see that there's some thought as to how the different pieces are actually put together as if it were an actual model, with the star in front, of course. And yeah, this is of course just the interior layout under different lighting setups. Definitely something that does require a bit of a lighting test. Same with the interior of the dining car and shop over here. And the transition into Riverside Station with that hazy sunset in the background. And here we are at Poshley Heights. Notice too that you've got this temporary text that it sort of explicitly says hotel in the final version that we're playing now. I kind of wonder if it does so in different localizations as well. We're talking about how Glitzville originally is Oolong Town, and in the concept art actually does say Oolong Town. Here you can see it's still recognizable as the word hotel with the kind of mock alphabet that you see sometimes in a couple of different entries in the Mario series, like with some of the letters that Princess Peach writes sometimes perhaps, and some other in-game text. I don't know if there's a known name for the sort of Mario conlang font, as it were. But it's just recognizable enough to pass for a hotel. And of course we have, what's her name, Toodles suite over here, as well as a couple of the other hotel locations. Yoshiman 222, welcome in with a party of 7. For everybody coming in with Yoshiman from that Splatoon 3 stream, which I hope went very well. We are just getting started with Chapter 8. I'm actually just talking about some of the concept art that's in the gallery, because in the previous stream we collected the art gallery to 100% up to Chapter 7 so far, and so it's been sort of interesting to look at some of the artwork before we get into the Thousand Year Door proper. Thank you so much for the follow, incidentally. Anyway, here we are in the Poshley Sanctum. Again, with the different lighting setup that you see depending on which state you are in, whether you are inside the picture or still outside, as well as the curtains overlaying the pipes in terms of the setup for how they are kind of peeled away from the background. And this I thought really fascinating, because look at this, you've got this kind of complete schematic diagram. So this is one of the original illustrations from the GameCube version of Thousand Year Door, one of the development sketches from 2002 or thereabouts. And you can see that there's this schematic breakdown of how the train is laid out. So, you know, you have the exterior, and then it sort of splits into the passenger compartments as well as the dining car, and then notice that you are reading this sort of left to right, and the final layout of the train is actually right to left, of course, in terms of its direction of travel, but then you kind of have the luggage compartment at the very end on the right side of this diagram here. And so it's kind of reversed from what the final layout that we know actually is in this game. And yeah, Yoshiman, you love that these concept images exist, and you have not looked at them yourself. You were going to save them for when you finish the game. Yeah, basically you unlock each chapter's gallery when you collect all of the star pieces, and I think also the shine sprites, or maybe it's just the star pieces, but you can unlock the galleries chapter by chapter, and we do have them up to 7. I don't know if you've completed the game originally on GameCube, just so I know what to spoil or not spoil here. But I did play the original on GameCube, so a lot of this material is familiar to me. But it's my first time seeing a lot of these concept illustrations, of course. And then, yeah, so these are some of the other sketches that were from the GameCube original. And this is for Poshley Heights. And just a couple of the different exteriors that you see here. Still this recognizable swimming pool that's on the outside of what here is this 2-floor suite. Now, this I found really interesting in that, well, most of the character designs here more or less remain the same. You got, Pennington with his magnifying glass. And yeah, Yoshiman, you're 100% on GameCube and you're good for spoilers. Excellent, excellent. You'll notice that the businessman kind of has a totally different look once he's given his glasses in the final version. That he's much more of a distinct characterization in a way, and looks very kind of beaten down by the grind of working for arms dealers all day and making all the accounting line up. But yeah, kind of interesting to see the different iterations. Most of these more or less remain the same. Zip Toad, I think, looks a little bit different in terms of his color scheme, but you gotta love that smirk in the original illustration here as well. Anyway, Chapter 7, and then we're going to move on and actually play through Chapter 8. So you've got a Far Outpost, or Gross Frost Time, as the Germans call it over here, with a lot of the different redesigns, and yeah, a lot more the concepts here for this scene when General White is arming the cannon. And look at how they go through a couple of different iterations of how to get a papery look out of the moon here. In terms of the original crater, you can see that, you know, you've got these impressions where there's this small puncture that's made by Mario and his companion landing, but then a more explicit silhouette here in this top right image where it's for Mario and Goombella specifically. And I kind of wonder if they'd gone with that, whether they would have wanted it dynamically adjusted for the partner that you land with or something. But you can see too that they go through a couple of different versions of the moon in terms of how to make it look like a papercraft moon. But that in the end, we end up with something that, you know, matches up a little bit better to the surface that you actually traverse, rather than this look in the center here, which is like a lot of those, you know, circular boards sort of interlaced with each other. They gave Chapter 7 the most remake stuff in terms of music and art. That's interesting. Yeah, and the General White quest, I'd forgotten how much backtracking the original had, actually, until I did it here the fast way and just sort of went back and forth through the hub. And 06i, welcome, incidentally. And yeah, we started talking about the gallery at the end of my previous stream, and then I had a mic problem at the very end of my stream, so we only got up to Chapter 4. And here's the entry point. Yeah, actually, 06i, you were telling me yesterday that, of course, the one appearance of the fish that nibbles at Mario's toes everywhere in the water is present here in the Dr. No office that Grodus has aboard the base, which I thought was a pretty interesting touch. Yeah, the central warp is actually very well placed, very sensibly placed. Plus some of the additional conveniences, like the pipe in Chapter 4 as well, which saves you like 2 full backtracks when doing Chapter 4. Here's tech, of course, and then we're going back to some of the 2002 illustrations here. Look at this image of how, you know, the town here just kind of connects up to the sky and aims straight at the moon. There's the open of the cannon. Yeah, so these sketches are from June 2003, as you can see, which, given the 2004 release of the original, tells you how quick the development time was in a way. And that you have a very militaristic look for the bombs initially as well, kind of in keeping with that camo wear that we saw for Bobbery's original design, or one of Bobbery's alternative designs that we saw in the Chapter 5 gallery. That they go through a couple of iterations of thinking about how militaristic the bomb society is going to be. Almost 20 years? I mean, it is 20 years. This is the 20th anniversary of the game, I think. I don't remember which month it released in originally. I think it might have been summer of 04, but I don't recall precisely. But yeah, more or less 20 years in some ways. You have to remember, too, that I think, as with most Nintendo games back then, that Japan got it first, and that everybody else kind of had to wait for the localization, if I recall. Now, this I found absolutely fascinating. Look at how Don Pianta is originally conceived as a Monty Mole. You think it was November, really? Yeah. I'll have to look that up, or somebody else can look it up, I guess. So I love this a little bit here. That, I mean, this is clearly meant to be Don Pianta's original design, I think. That, you know, he's supposed to be a gangster mole. I don't read Japanese, so I'm assuming here, but unless he's supposed to be just another gangster or henchman. But it seems like, given the sort of synchrony between the designs here, is that, you know, either Don Pianta or one of his thugs here is meant to be a Monty Mole. And you have to remember, too, you know, back in the GameCube era, how new the Piantas are as a character introduced in Super Mario Sunshine, and that Thousand Year Door is kind of one of their first, if not the first major appearance that they have outside of Sunshine at that point. And so it's sort of interesting to see these characters worked into Mario lore, kind of, even by resemblance with the moles, which I guess would be kind of a criminal underground. July in Japan and October in NA. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, almost at the exact 20th anniversary now of the Japanese release then. But the fact that, some of this concept art was from, June 03, again, it tells you how quick development times were back then relative to now. And you've got a couple of different designs for the Mao's mask. Look at how Ms. Mao's originally has heart-shaped ears as well. And that they kind of pare her down and simplify her in her own way as well. And yeah, the Merlin, Merlevely, etc. trio, like all of these are pretty recognizable as is, but the mole is the real shocker here in some ways. It reminds me specifically of what we just saw in Chapter 5, where the other one that I found was really kind of shocking was that Flavio was a toad, and that it was kind of adapted from this toad design, which I found to be very interesting. And yeah, it's true that you see a lot more blue in some of the concepts as well with Zip Toad over here. Anyway, that's all I wanted to go through by way of introduction to this stream. So before we do anything else, yeah, currently in terms of the tattle log, we are still missing number 10 here. I have my suspicions because it's clearly supposed to be a Goomba and might have a name that's very similar to just Goomba, number 10 here. And if you go by location, it's various locations, so I'm sure we'll figure it out. It's probably some kind of tutorial style battle that we missed up to this point. We did receive the letter in our email about a reason to return to the Pit of 100 Trials. That'll be for number 133. Because as you can see, it's here. We also need to get the blue spiny off of Dark Lakitu, and we know we missed that when it comes to Tattle. Yeah, I'm not doing the pit for the second time today yet, because I do want to do Chapter 8 first. Yeah, Yoshiman, I thought it would be something like that it would be some kind of training fight. And that we just kind of skipped over it or something. And otherwise, I think everything else that we need in a tattle log is just from the end. We're only missing the ones that are actually in the Palace of Shadows. So, without further ado, yeah, we've been, of course, going 10 HP so far, and all BP, although currently we've allocated 3 BP to boosting flower points. And it's been a fun way to play, and we're just going to take that into Chapter 8 and see how we go. 06i, Elite Wizards gave you more of an issue than Bonetail? I had no trouble with either of them because we had just enough damage to take out all the wizards quickly. Bonetail wasn't too much of a threat either. Prince Mush was a big problem until I kind of put on double simplifier to make the super guards work out. Me, I just get in the way. I'll wait here and watch the door. Yes, that's it. It's all up to you, Mario. Stop their foul ambitions and save Princess Peach. Well, let's do it. Okay. In the door we go. No double pain? Well, I mean, 10 HP run, it might be a little bit much to absorb at this point. But, good question. Very valid question. Anyway, Chapter 8, The Thousand-Year Door. Yeah, I'm not particularly good super guarding. I found that Bonetail we actually could just soak the attacks just fine. We had enough defense up and running that we didn't get one shot or anything. We didn't even use a single life mushroom all the way down to Pit of 100 Trials, in fact. I was pretty happy with that. This place is freaky, but we don't have a choice, Mario. We've got to get in there and save Peach before this gets out of hand. And yeah, all of the attacks you can guard and bite cannot be guarded, period. Yes, that's right. I think, even when I played Thousand Year Door originally on GameCube, I didn't really even know about Super Guard. Anyway, love what they've done with the Palace. And I guess we'll just have to proceed in here and see how we do. also, as far as the map goes, yeah, we know that there's nothing collectible in the Palace of Shadow because we do have 100% Shine Sprites and Star Pieces up to this point. And Chapter 8's gallery just needs to be unlocked by clearing it, so we will do that. I might as well pop the block. And yeah, we're massively over-leveled, of course, because we're level 32 after doing the pit and farming all those amazing daisies. Oh, we have room. We'll take it. Love what they've done with the music here, too, of course. With the instrumentation. Mr. Softener, defense has not really been a problem. We have so many piercing attacks, to be honest. I could even just bump attack most of these guys, to be honest. But we'll smack them anyway. I didn't realize it would be this over-level for Chapter 8, to be honest. But, I mean, we're pretty close to 99 BP, so what did I expect? Seriously, I might just switch to bump attack at this point. I didn't realize we just kill everything. Oh, whoops, missed a hammer. They made us way brighter. They kind of did, yeah. And yes, of course we need to tattle this. Whoops. Tattle. Bombshell Bill. That's Bombshell Bill. These things are repeatedly shot up by Bombshell Bill blasters. 3, 6, and 2. Yeah, no problem. Take it out before it takes you out. And of course we guarded it to the point that we only took 1 damage anyway, so it's not a big deal. So, let's smoke him. No battle music? Yeah, I guess it is just continuous with the background music of the zone. That's a good observation. And, well, it all ends in tears for that Bombshell Bill. Oh, and we just decided to... Oh, you know what? No, we want to tattle these, so... Did I still have bump attack on? Did I forget to take it off? We do still have it on. I didn't realize it. Okay, we need to tattle these guys again then. Whoops. I didn't realize I still had bump attack on, actually, after just whacking everything else with a hammer. I forgot to take it off because we were farming star pieces the entire last stream. So we may just go defense here, or we could actually just swap a couple of things. Maybe taking that off and taking off a 2-pointer to give me something like... well, let me think about that. Lucky Day or something, just to defend. But no, that's okay. We'll wait until the next level up and we'll figure it out. Where did I get the 3rd flower saber? No, we got 2 apiece. 2 apiece. So the... yeah. It's been pretty necessary given that we've been at 10 FP the entire game. Let me see if I can respawn the golden blasters. We need to go back to them if we don't encounter anymore. I think we... oh, whoops. All or nothing. Boost attack by properly executing action commands. Well... hang on. How many badge points is that? 4. Yeah, we'll consider that. Might be fun. Boosted by 1, though. It's not really all or nothing. It's like +1 or nothing, which is honestly not much. We should actually scope out this area properly instead of just blundering into it. And yeah, not too much going on here with this guy. It's just a dizzy dial, so we'll take that out quickly. Yeah, power is generally pretty good. But, and I generally do hit my inputs, given that hammer inputs are particularly easy. It's more whether I want to do that point allocation at this point. We might do it later on, but... Oops. We need to be a little more careful here. Poor Goombella. Well, let's just walk carefully. Okay. Actually, don't know if there's a better way to scout this. Yeah. The last time I played this game was back on the Wii. I did play it on GameCube the year of its release, but still, it's been about a decade and a half, so a lot of things are pretty fresh to me all over again. Watch out, we're at 6 HP here. Yeah, I hope we get another Golden Blaster at some point, because it would be really too bad if we just straight up missed a tattle on that one because it bumped attacked it. But if we need to go back for it, we'll know how to complete that later. It's not like we're going to have a 100% tattle log again today anyway, so... Oops, wrong button. So got B to jump baked into me here. Good old Bowser Fire, of course. Oh, whoops. Oh wow, all the way back. Why does this remind me of the final stage of Super Mario Wonder? With the Firebar segment and that. Because we're running into... Oh, oops. Totally misjudged the height there. We actually need to roll up a little bit, I think, and then... Yeah, that's much better. Much better. And do we want to pay 20? I mean, it's not like we're using the coins for anything else at this point. Although we could also put on some of the sub 5 HP badges and really well and everything. Ah, no, that's okay. Let's just take it easy. We actually rarely use the blocks to heal up, but I'd rather just get through it. It's basically using P up and D down with damage dodge. That is a very good point. Anyway. Let's kind of blank over here and we'll check this guy and... Oh, another raid from A Link in Time. Welcome, A Link in Time. None shall pass by. Playing Pushmo World. Yeah, still on your Wii U, I see. I actually still have Pushmo World on my Wii U as well. I played all of the games that were on 3DS in that series. But I grabbed Pushmo World as one of my last minute purchases on the Wii U before the shop went down, so I still need to do it. So I hope you've been enjoying that over there, and I'm hoping to stream that at some point, actually. I don't know when, but... Let those who would disturb her sleep fall into the depths of endless darkness. Yeah, you beat Pushmo, played some Crashmo, and you're now playing Pushmo World. Yeah, I did get 100% on the first two. I still have some things to finish in Stretch Mode someday, but... May the intruder never find a key to this door. I mean, we can kind of see him by color, so... Anyway, there's this Dynasty Warriors moment here. Yeah, I really hope we get another Golden Blaster, but... Anyway, this is going to be a Quake Hammer moment, so it's not even a question. But let's tattle Dark Bones here. That's a Dark Bones. It's the baddest of the Bones gang. Max HP is 20, attack is 5, defense is 2. It'll eventually rise again. And that's okay, we'll take it out quickly. Sometimes Bill's friends if it feels outnumbered. He's a pretty tough enemy. You better take it and his buddies out all at once. Well, let's go Quake Hammer. Yeah, should be able to do 2 hits with it, and then we'll do something big on the Dark Bones itself. Oh. Okay, luckily we can just guard everything. Whoops. Oh, wow. Totally missed that. That's not too bad. Yeah, I don't have Fire Drive on right now, to be honest. I tend to miss the input too much. I got picked up Fire Drive very early on in this run. And now, I think if we actually use Coops to cut through everything, then we can actually beat this in one turn here. Let's go Coops. And just go Power Shell. Oh, except I've got 2 defense. That's okay, no, because Coops will still do 6. And then Mario can maybe go Piercing or go... yeah, let's Power Smash out of that. I think Power Smash should do the full 10 here. Oh, except... oh, everything's in the way, though, right? Because... oh, no, it's not. Okay. Power Smash. This should do enough. Should do 12, I think. It does 10. Okay, I miscalculated, but that's okay. Yeah, 12 minus 2. 1 star point, of course. And here's the key. Power Smash better than Spring Jump? I've been playing a pretty hammer-focused build. The thing you have to remember about jumps in general is that they are kind of built on multiple hits, so they have a different relation to defense, right? Where against 0 defense, I think jumps are generally going to do more. Against higher levels of defense, you want the single big hit from the hammer. But I've generally been... oh, okay, great. We're actually going to get another Golden Blaster here. Yeah, it works for me. Have to actually skip over some of those, huh? As we go. And we'll properly tattle the Golden Blaster without just ramming into it this time. Oh, no, we need to fight it. Let's actually fight it. Forgot that we out-leveled it by that much. Okay, so Goombell's going to get a tattle here. Let's get her to do it. And that's a Bombshell Bill Blaster. Defense 4. That's okay, we'll just cut straight through it. Whereas Bombshell Bills makes sense, right? Really, really tough. Hard to hurt this guy. If you don't take it out, it'll just keep shooting Bombshell Bills at you. So you gotta figure out a way to beat it, and fast. I don't think we'll take it down this turn necessarily. Oh, now we're regretting not putting on the extra point of damage. Against 4, I think Piercing Blow is going to give me the highest. It is not going to give me 10. It's going to give me something like 9 damage, I think. We're going to fall just short. Bushi, yeah, sure, we'll take it. Why not? That's okay. We will have enough attack power here that will blow through this stuff. Actually, you know... okay, no, we can't switch to partner. Otherwise, I would have used Yoshi, maybe. Or even Quake Hammer this turn, and then just knock them both out next turn. Yeah, that does 8. That's perfectly fine. The high position might be a bit of a nuisance, but we will take everything out. In fact, do I have multi-bounce? No, we never use it, that's why. I think what we will do is we'll actually go with the Quake. And then take out the second one with a piercing attack like from Mouse. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it this way. I had to do Earth Tremor mostly to hit the higher bullet, of course. And we'll just focus on this for a moment here until we get a certain number of points down, and we'll just get Mouse to slap the other blaster that remains at the end. And once again, it ends in tears. For defense, yeah, we'll definitely go as mouse. And we'll win the slap fight. Slap him in the face for 7. Works for me. And it's just 1 point again for the whole fight because, again, we're way over leveled. But we filled that into Tatalog, which is what we were going for. Yeah, unless we need Tattles, we should actually get bump attack going again. But that's okay, we'll just hammer these guys out of the box next time. And just wreck them with the first strike. Palace of Shadow, sub-level 3. Not really an issue here. If we turn out to be missing Tattles, we'll just have to come back here someday. Whoops. But nah, we're fine. I'm going to go with just Koops here, I think. Now, do we have a mass attack from Mario after that? Yeah, we do. We do. Let's just go Power Shell. Quick Hammer won't work, but Super or Ultra would. Super probably works, but I don't remember what the backline damage is on it, so let's just do this just in case. Ultra. Because I know that does 3 to the rest. And we have a block for replenishment in this room, so we just don't care too much about... Oh no, we don't actually, but we have a safe block and can't carry more items. That's fine. I don't think we particularly care about Mr. Softener. We've got lots of defense piercing options, so... P up, D down. And that's for the partner. We can kind of do it, depending on the cost. 2 points. Tempting. If we take off a point of defense here. Yeah, this is all or nothing. Yeah, no, all or nothing is just for Mario, of course. P up, D down, though. That's pretty appealing. Because you can really just wreck everything. We actually have a P up, D down for ourselves as well. I haven't been using. I kind of think I should take it too. When we have the points. But that's okay. We'll stay on this for the time being. We'll reconfigure later. Obviously, it's a lot of fun to just cut through everything with tons of damage out, but we'll reconfigure some things when we make our next pit run at some point. I don't know if we'll make it there on today's stream necessarily, but we'll do what we can. Definitely mean to at least push the credits on today's session. Let's start left. Oh, that's fine. Actually, didn't remember. Oh yeah, no, that's right. That the block is there because we couldn't pick up the ice storms. Let's whoops, toss it. Okay, up we go. Sort of interesting how the Palace of Shadow actually has music that is a variant of the original 1-2 Underground theme. Oh. Well, we'll just try what we can. Might switch to Dupless here. Just go room by room. That's fine. I guess yeah, I don't remember the sequence exactly, so we'll just figure it out bit by bit. This wraps you around. There's something that we're going to be looking for as a... Okay, no, that's not the sequence. It seems like it should be forward, forward. We'll figure it out. There's probably some clue that I'm not looking at. Notice the designs. Let me just take a look here. Actually, they're all kind of identical. So, yeah, just a classic Bowser's Castle moment here. Actually, navigate the maze. I think we just need to do a little bit of trial and error for it. Nope. Oh, there's something in the middle here, actually. I saw it anyway. Let's think about this. I know there's a particular method to it. We just need to recall what it might be. Now we should go forward here. Forward here. I'm actually going to try backing. No. And that spits you back to the beginning. Should be top right. Could be that I'm just forgetting something. Or not checking something when it comes to the exit. Nope. There's a chandelier here in the top middle. So I need to think about this. We did check all of those doors, but it makes me wonder what else we haven't looked at here. Because, yeah, you get this door over here. Maybe something that I'm not checking properly. Thought we had checked both of the top two doors here. There's some kind of clue that we need to look for, like an environmental clue. And we never actually took the time to figure that out. Let's think about it. And yeah, no, I do see the torch. Yeah. I was trying to remember if there was a... Yeah, because there is a slight... I'm trying to remember if there was an RNG element to it. I did notice a torch. And I... just kind of blundering through this regardless. Yeah, let's take a look here. I'll just back into this immediately and see how we'll continue. Okay. Now this little plaza here, I remember. And here we are. Man, we clear one freaky room just to find another. This area is almost like an underground city, huh? What is this place? Well, the shadow knows. Speaking of which... Can we just toss him in? And then we'll hit the switch. And here we go. Unlocking the boat. We'll go there eventually. Let's deal with Chomp first. And by deal with, I mean punching it out like that. I actually kind of wonder... Oh, he struck me. I was kind of wondering if there would be anybody new to tattle here, but no, we'll just take them all out. And in fact, the best way to do it is, since we're going to replenish here anyway, let's just do it with Koops. And slam them. That's it. And yet, the battle music is indeed back. We expended a lot of resources here, but that's because we know there's a block right here. And there's another switch to hit over there. We'll take that in just a moment. These zones are always a lot brisker when I'm not checking everywhere for potential optional content. Anyway, let's get in here. And smack that. And now we have a dock. I seem to remember there is a boss fight on the way out of this place. Some of the recurring villains. But we'll get there. And we'll deal with that when the time comes. Let's pop this and save for now, and then we'll just head over to the... Whoops. Totally wasn't watching there. Never mind that point of damage. That's okay. Hopefully it won't really matter. And, oops, let's go. And we'll just sail on down. We might as well look around. I don't think there was anything really collectible, but we always like checking. Just in case there's anything of interest. Nothing on this side, but doesn't mean we should rule out the other. We're full up on items at this point anyway, so it's not like I need anything, but you never know. No, that's okay. We could have checked for that kind of thing with mouse, of course, but let's just get into the tower. And yeah, nothing to either side, I don't think. Let's get Dupless up here again to give me a bit of a lift. Got nothing here, yeah. Let's get in. House of Shadow Tower. And yeah, let's just head around once it lets us. I guess the doors need to be activated at the top of the tower first. Let's get up and do that. Spin our way up. Well, this looks kind of suspicious. Check that out. Whoa, it's gigantic, huh? What the heck is it? Our Yoshi here is not too familiar with Astronomical models. Looks like you could put something in this little dent here. Well, I mean, it's a star. But perhaps we don't have one we need, so let's see what we can do. We'll head back down. Yeah, nothing out of the way yet. I mean, we've got plenty of stars, we just don't have a good way to plug them in. Let's get out of here for a moment. Just thinking about our abilities for a moment. I mean, we should have been able to just plug in a star, right? Except maybe need the appropriate key. We didn't actually check the door that's to the next room to the right. Yeah, I don't remember the exact order of events. It's been a long time since I played this, as I said, so we'll just kind of reconstruct everything from scratch. Normally I just check that door anyway, just to see if I get some dialogue out of it. Yeah, I think we do proceed and then come back with the key. Put a tower activation. Whoop. Did I actually face this color in the Pit of 100 Trials? We should probably touch them just in case. If we see another one. And get into the fight for the catalog. In case we're missing it. Whoops. Got chomped. You know, Yoshi's actually going to be able to take out a pair very easily with Gulp. Should be more than enough damage. I think like probably 8 and 7 at this point or something. 9 and 6 in fact. Okay, it's always 6 in the back line. That's fine. I mean, those are also very heavily defended. Just not against swallowing. Yeah, we'll see how we do with the catalog as we go. Don't need it. And once again, we can hear how this is a variation on the original 1-2 underground music. Yeah, if we see anything that looks like it might be something we want to add to Tattles, we'll do so. For now, let's just proceed. Very lengthy corridors here. Anyway, who are you? And here's the third of the tales. I'd forgotten how early Gloomtail is in this, in fact. No one's disturbed me here in eons. Who dares defile this sacred place? Well, now that's a dragon. Hey, but isn't it Hooktail? I thought you beat her. Yeah, huge, dragonish, gnarly. Sounds like what you described, dude. I like how it acknowledges that Dupless here, of course, never actually met Hooktail. What? You destroyed my precious younger sister. Yeah, I believe this is when it was originally revealed in the GameCube version that Hooktail was in fact a sister. The visual design didn't make that obvious enough already. I wonder why she hadn't ridden recently. Quake in fear, mortals, for I am Gloomtail. Nobody tell her about Bonetail. I will avenge my sister by taking your lives and then gnawing on your bones. We'll be fine. Gwahahaha, my first fresh meat in ages. Allow me to take my time and toy with you a while. Okay. Well, first of all, Tattle. And let's get Gloomtail's stats up and running. That's Gloomtail. I think he's Hooktail's brother. I see the family resemblance. Max HP is 80. Attack is 8. Defense is 2. He'll bite or stomp you, and he may also breathe poison on you. Great. When his HP gets low, he may throw in some other attacks as well. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, we're immune to stuff like poison, so we're okay. Watch out for Mega Breath. And, yeah, we could probably just fail out of that or something. Stores power for some attacks. You use Vivian Hide to avoid those. Yeah, we know that. I mean, 80 HP here. We'll just beat Gloomtail to the ground. Now, given that it's 2 defense, I think Piercing is going to do just as well as the Power Smash. Although we did put 2 points into Power Smash. I have to mentally calculate this here. Yeah, because we had 12 in a Power Smash, then that would do 10. Piercing should also do something similar then. Okay, let's go Piercing. Should do 10, I think. No, it does 8. Alright, no, yeah, because the standard hammer attack is just 8. So we actually should use the Power Smash to do 10 if we want to really rush things down. Wow, that hits hard. That's okay. We can just Sweet Treat out of that. And it's not too big a deal. Let me think about who we want on the attack against defense 2. Let's see here. Who's going to hit hard? Mouse is going to do about 7. Some other characters might do just as well. Goops against defense 2 is going to do about 6. We're going to take Mouse here. And just go level 7. I'm thinking about that because Goombella, I think, actually does 4 and 4 potentially. Actually, no, let's stick with Goombella. I think she should be able to do 4 and 4. If I'm not mistaken. And we'll just Sweet Treat out of this to heal up. Yeah, 4 and 4. And yeah, let's just go this way. Usually use things like Clock Out pretty heavily, but I think it's not going to be that effective against a boss. So it was effective against some earlier bosses like Rockhawk, but the later you get, the more immunities you can expect. And low probabilities. So we're going to load up anyway. Okay, that's fine. We should actually try to super guard that, but we don't have simplifiers on right now for that input. So I think we're okay just doing Sweet Treat, you know, repeatedly. Almost. As long as we get enough HP up and running. And we have life mushrooms, so I'm not even concerned about that. If we don't mind burning a couple of them to take the fight down. We can actually even do multi-bonk as long as I trust myself to hit the input. So that does 9. Okay, could be better. Once we reload 6 health in Mario again, which we may or may not be able to do. Oh. We'll see how it goes. Oh, whoops, missed that. Yeah, if we don't get 6 up in Mario, he'll actually get 1 shot in the next attack, so we might have to expect that. Or, of course, just try to go for Super Guard for once. But oh, yeah, that's going to do 8 because we just missed guard entirely. That's okay, we've got life streams. You know, since we have life streams, let's just attack and just get a quick kill. Yeah, let's just do it quickly. We're at 10 HP right now, too. We'll be okay. Obviously, we'll need to deal with some stronger attacks once HP pool goes down, but... Wahahaha, you're a tough meat, my little tasty morsels. But how will you fare against this? Whoop. Okay. That hits pretty hard. Well, good thing we have a good bank of life mushrooms here left over from Prince Mush. That's fine. Goombella, I'll just swap her out at the end of this attack, I think. Or even go Rallywink to get Mario to do 2 attacks, but no, it's not going to be that effective unless... I know, we can do it. Let's... We can actually just win next turn, really. But we'll swap Goombella out first. And put up somebody like Aubrey up front, who has a generous HP pool. And yeah, we just go Power Smash. Supernova will just get the kill next turn, really. So as long as we defend well enough to not just take a one-shot here and burn another life mushroom, we should be okay. You are not the easy prey you appear to be. I would never be able to show my face again if I was bested by you whelps. So I will show you the true extent of my power. Attack power is now boosted. I say we kill him this turn. We could even just Supernova into it, actually. If we don't mind spending that much star power, we can just blow him up this turn, actually, even just standard. I hope so, anyway. Yeah, you know what? We'll just do that. Or go Supernova for style points. Let's do it. Be perfectly fancy about it. Should do 15, so... And we'll see. That just gets us over the line. That's it. Too bad about the 2 life mushrooms, is all. No, is it true? Can I expire? Not a whole lot of star points at this stage, but we'll take it. Yeah, that was a lot of one-shotting. We need to be aware of that as we get into Shadow Queen later. And Detroit Void, welcome. Hayden Syrup, welcome as well. Thank you for the raid. And, yeah, I hope you enjoyed whatever it was you were playing last. Anyway, so much for Gloomtail. Let's pick this up. And you got a Starstone. Yeah, that's for plugging into the tower. We'll be perfectly fine with that. I'll switch back to Duplis here. Yeah, Detroit Void, thank you so much for suggesting the stream. Much appreciated. I certainly hope you had a fun time over there. Anyway, we're going to be getting into another fight pretty soon as we approach the tower, I think. Don't remember if it was on the way in or the way out, but one of the two. Yeah, we've got a pretty reasonable bank of life mushrooms still, I think. Again, we stacked so many of these specifically for Prince Mush. As long as we have enough here to get through the final boss. I think that's the only real one-shot concern from this point, but I don't remember the numbers, so maybe we'll get hit hard by some other things as well. Now, though, let's just make it all the way back. All the way down the series of empty corridors. You're saying he sure did recommend. Emphatically, I see. Okay. Yeah, we got the save point over here and the boat over here. We should actually replenish even if we don't get star power off of this, given how we did take quite a series of hits in the last fight, so we are down on star power. That's just a cost of our approach here. But let's get on to the boat once again. And yeah, good night as well. Thank you once again for bringing your group. Detroit Void, I am pretty far. We're on the final chapter. We might have a bit of 100% mop up to do after that, so I don't know if I'll finish everything we want today. We might take an additional stream after this. But I do mean to hit end credits today if I can. So yeah, we're in Chapter 8. I don't know if you've seen this game before. Detroit Void, because I think if you knew this game you would recognize that I'm pretty close to the ending. But the plan is to hit credits today at least, and we'll see if we have much time left for a post-game sweep or if we do it next time. Yeah, you haven't, but you know of it, I see. Anyway, let's plug this in. Yeah, this chapter is breezier than I remember in some ways, so let's just go through all the rooms and plug in the keys. And of course, that's just activating every room in a tower. We'll go down and we'll do them. And take them all down. And we'll find some systematic order for it. I mean, the lights will indicate if we've completed them, I'm sure. Straight on, straight onward. Destroy what lies in your path. Carrying secrets from on high. Destroy what lies in your path. Straight on, straight onward. Straight on, straight onward. Yeah, we'll see here. Destroy what lies in your path. I mean, straight on from where? Well, I guess we'll find that out. But let's take a look at every room first. I have played this game and finished it before, but the last time was over a decade and a half ago, and so I am doing this from scratch. And we'll figure it out piece by piece. Yeah, we actually kind of need to assemble this from all the rooms here. Stars up in heavens shone. The shy one hides their shape, the shy one hides their face. This is going to be Vivian. Yeah, so we basically need to do something with our partner powers. Here we go, yeah. Okay, we'll go back to that other clue then. Let me think about this one again. Because it might be something partner related, it might not. Straight on, straight onward. Destroy what lies in your path. I mean, I guess maybe if we just use Mob Raid to blow up this wall. I was just thinking about directionally whether that makes sense, and it does. Yeah, once we saw the width of the other room layout, this became extremely clear. That's second key over here. And we'll just mop up this floor as well as we can. Okay, this is going to be another block that we whip here. Oh, there's a bit of a matching activity going on here. By skill and might engraved in stone. 4 stones, twin rooms. 1 is 2, 2 are 1. So if we blow this up, for instance, then we would also blow this up. Yeah, because we see a step over here. And then there's a room that this is paired with. So let's actually check the other. And see if it's paired with this one or something else. That's okay, we'll take out everything we can first. Oh, here's a fight. And yeah, this is just a 20. Absolutely no problem. Smash him. And in fact, we'll just get Bella to give me a second go at this. I mean, we're doing a kind of point inefficient way, I suppose, but we don't mind. And that's a 10 for you. And we'll just knock it down quickly. Could have done our usual clock out shenanigans as well, I suppose, but we'll take it. Oh, the red one is new. I think we'll need to tattle that. Let's see here. Oh, let fall the weakest, then build to the strongest. Okay, so there is a kill order. I think red must be strongest, given that we haven't seen it before. And then we'll just whack this guy again. And this time we can just do some standard attacks, I think. And still do just fine. And multi-bonk him. Red one should be last, I believe. Given that we have not had a match with this one before. Oh, maybe not. Okay, red one's actually slightly weaker. I wonder if we had seen it before the Dark Bones didn't get. Let's see. I didn't recognize it, but I guess Dark Bones is supposed to be the hardest. Let fall the weakest as well. I wonder if the order matters between these two. It may or may not. We actually should have checked to see if we need to fill any tattles here. In fact, if this is not the correct order, we'll check the tattle log to see it accordingly. And we'll make it nice and stylish. Yeah, we'll check the tattle log next if this doesn't reveal anything. It doesn't because something in the order is wrong. Let's take a look at the dry bones. Have we actually seen all of them? Yeah, okay, dull bones. Yeah, this is the color that we missed because we hit dry bones before dull bones, and I forgot that this is actually a stronger dry bones. So it's dull, red, dry, dark. Yeah. Wasn't paying attention to the difference. We'll go around. No, no, no. Don't want to do that. Can I just run it? Or... Actually, we should be using Dupless here to run around some of those. Maybe even go bump attack on them. We'll just pop this guy quickly and then leave for room. In fact, we can even kill him outright after we do a quick replenishment here. just to get the FP back up. The idea is to pick up some of those flowers again. Oops. So we don't actually need HP. We're getting none of what we need. There we go. A couple of flower points, not many. Just enough to get by. Anyway. Let's crush this guy. So we need to redo this because wrong order. So we do need to run around some of these. Or at least avoid killing them. Yeah, it might make more sense to run some of this. Or go with somebody who can attack in the order we want. Yeah, very simple. And we'll even farm quite a few star points along the way. Now let's go top left for red. And then it'll be dry and then dark after that. And we'll make it quick. Okay, simple enough. And we'll go for a slightly more convenient input. Could have just used her in the first place, to be honest. That's okay. We'll get some points for attacking. We could have done so by peeling, but we'll take it. Oh, missed a hammer. Too bad. Okay. In that case, let's just smack him again. And yeah, we'll just go power smash for 10 either way, unless we... I wonder if we can knock him down with a quick hammer. In fact, I don't recall. I think we can. No, he doesn't get knocked down. Thinking of something else here. I guess at this point we'll just... Yeah, we could have done a rally wink here as well, perhaps, but... We'll just let him attack. Not a big deal. He goes for the weak triple attack, which is great. Works for me. In fact, from this point, we can probably even sweet treat again, or even just appeal away up. Nah, let's just not mess around too much. It's not the pit of 100 trials here. We don't need to prepare too much from fight to fight. Okay, let's take that. Yeah, we still have to do the top left room on this floor. But there's the block matching thing that's going on. I don't remember if it was between rooms, but it might be, so we'll just take it room to room and do what we can. Stone survival to celestial spheres. All you see isn't all there be. Touch it to pass through it. Okay. That was simple. My plan was to just hug the wall the whole way, but then we just picked the right corner immediately, and I'm okay with that. Anything over here? Let's see. Feared far and wide across the land. The unseen may yet be felt, be it here, be it there. Feared far and wide across the land, you say. There we go. I was actually trying to see if maybe it was some kind of rumble response, which it wouldn't be, because I would have originally played this game on Wavebird. It doesn't have the rumble. The flurry is going to reveal this, though. Here we go. Okay, let's see what's next. Pretty straightforward all around. Red block here, red block there. 7 honed by Fellahan. Onward, onward, onward. Retreat, retreat. Onward, 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 retreat. Yeah, I guess it's onward relative to the door, which is something we discerned from some of the clues in other rooms, so. One more to go. I wonder if it was just a matchup between the 2 rooms stacked on top of each other. I suspect it might be the case. Indeed it is. And we just blow everything up. 4 stones, twin rooms, yeah. Same over here. We'll take the one on top and we'll have to come back down here. Which means... well, let's ride. That'll be a top left room once again. Since the light has not been dimmed. This will be a treasure chest and we'll whack the other block. That's a tower key. And there we go. Oh no, wrong door. It's the other one. That'll be the final key of the set, and then we'll just plug everything in. And then up the steps we go. All the way up, and we'll plug it all in. And the keys seem functionally identical here, so I'll just pop them in one by one and get the celestial models spinning. And then one more after this. there's the activation. The stars up in the heavens shone, carrying the lore of the sky, carrying secrets from on high, by skill and might engraved in stone. Stones to rival the celestial spheres, the seven honed by a fell hand, feared far and wide across the land, master of shadow, queen of fear. Whoa, it's moving. Dupless here looks absolutely shocked at this. Huh? What? Well, we see keys, we plug them in. What did you think would happen? And of course, the lengthy corridor that we saw up to Gloomtail just now expands dramatically into the depths. What was that? Just jump all the way down. Now, I think we have a rematch fight coming up. I just have this vaguest memory of doing so in this setting. And that'll be okay. Are you concerned about a stat line right now? I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to plug in a few coins just to get the flowers back up. Okay, let's see it. We've been waiting for you, Mario. And yeah, I knew that Frankly never actually leaves his office. Whoa, Professor Frankly, what are you doing here? Oh, we should remember to switch to Vivian for maximal dialogue here. Thank you so much for opening the door for us, Mario. Yes, that was nice. Thanks to your do-gooder predictability, my plan is progressing very smoothly. Opening the door for you? What do you mean by that, you purple witch? Wee hee hee hee, so you still don't see it. Ah, such fools. I mean, it was really obvious to me that Frankly never willingly leave his office, so... Professor Frankly you were with when you opened the 1,000-year door was none other than this little freak in a sheet. My name's Dupless. Wee hee 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 hee. I love how he just kind of volunteers the information at this point, now that his P has been restored. I love the shocked look on the left, by the way, with Yoshi, our Dupless's expression especially. Frozen in time. The real Frankly is probably still passed out dreaming a little dream. Poor thing. And once we get rid of you here, our plan will be nearly complete. Ready for the end, my dears. You and that traitor Vivian have a date with eternity. Yeah, we really should have had Vivian out for this part, but oh well. Go, that's right, Slick. Eternity. Instead, we're going to have Dupless versus Dupless, which is fine, because we haven't actually had that matchup up to this point. Okay, right, sorry. No way to go down, sister. You want a piece of this? Bring it on. Come, my sort of lovelies. Marilyn, freak sheet. Gah. I said, my name's Dupless. Anyway. Alright, my kinda lovelies. This time we take out Mario and his goon squad for good. So if I catch you slacking, you'll be in for some incredible punishment come tomorrow. Gah. Like, Marilyn's been traumatized out of talking at this point. Okay, can't flee this fight. It is, however, Dupless versus Dupless. And we do need to get titles on all of them, so let's just do that. I don't know Clockout is going to work it all for this. If we want to do Tattles, we should actually try Clockwood first just to see what we're dealing with. Actually, no. We'll just do this. Let me think about it. Yeah, no, we'll try Clockout, actually, just to see if we can freeze anybody. Might not, because it's a boss fight, but we'll try it first. Because we might be able to buy time to do lots of tattling along the way. Let's try it. And we'll just, whoop, toss it back. Rather necessary here. Okay, so Dupless is still up and running. That's okay. It gives us lots of time for tattling. That's Dupless. He's a shapeshifter and even turned into you once, Mario. Max HP is 40, attack is 6, defense is 0. He can turn into one of us and attack. When he does, he'll have our abilities. How do you think he became one of the 3 shadows? Isn't that weird? Very good fit in a team, actually. How do you think he stands Beldam's abuse? You think he's alright in the head? Okay, so. Guard that. That's okay, she's going to tattle everybody else as well, so Mario here is... Well, he's got defense 0. It makes more sense to jump, perhaps. Although, we can just power through it as well. Maybe an Ultra Hammer just to damage everybody as we go, but... No, we'll burn him down. Yeah, because by the time the tattles are done, Dupless will just be focused down completely. I didn't even prioritize killing him first, actually. We didn't have time for the remaining tattles. She's Beldam's sister, another one of the 3 shadows. Max HP is 40, attack is 7, defense is 0. She'll attack you directly or use lightning. She also saves some energy for big attacks sometimes. So long as you avoid the brunt of her attacks, you shouldn't be too tough. Yeah. 7, we've had worse. Anyway, he's going to stare us in the face here. And copy Goombella so he can tattle at us all day. That's going to be a perfectly executed head bonk. But not perfect enough, so let's give Goombella here a good smacking. No stat change for that, though. Next turn, we'll be able to get the kill. And indeed, we'll tattle on Beldam first. At this point, we could just go Clock Out again, to be honest. She's the leader of the 3 shadows, back again. Max HP is 30, attack is 5, defense is 0. Especially if it was a Blizzard Blast. If it hits you, you totally freeze. Nope, not with our Feeling Fine, we don't. She had lots of other tricks up her sleeves, too. I wonder what that plan was that she mentioned. What do you think they're up to? Anyway, against defense 0, I think Yoshi actually is going to be very good. Oh, Boo Sheet. Okay, that's fine. Now we could go Clock Out here. And I'm tempted to. Or we could just burn down Dupless immediately, which we could also do. Yeah, I think we will... I'm kind of tempted to switch to our Dupless here just to do something rather symmetrical. The other thing we could do is, I think Koops is going to just cut through everybody really efficiently, if I'm not mistaken. So let me go for Koops here for a moment. And Shell Slam. We should be able to do a fair bit of damage while just taking out Dupless outright. Yeah, because... Oh yeah, Marilyn's gonna miss. That's the only thing. That's okay. We will go for the Ultra Hammer, and it'll do 3 to Beldam. It'll do nothing to Marilyn, which is too bad, but it'll suffice. Yep, there goes Dupless. Oh no. And out he goes. Out like a light. Okay, we do have to deal with a fair bit incoming from these two. Curse you, Mario. This is so very annoying. Blasted. Okay, that's fine. Not the best guard, but it'll do. Yeah, 5 damage is a bit much there, but we'll figure it out. We want to sweet treat this round anyway, I think. Or... yeah, we probably do, but... or I can try to clock out again, since we have the points to do so, and if we want to use Goombella to... actually, no, we want to sweet treat first because then we have the flexibility to do Rallywink with Goombella if necessary. I was thinking that if we just kind of attack in directly this turn, we actually can get the kill. Marilyn's not powered up yet, so I think we can actually weather the damage. Although we did take 5 damage that time on missing the block, so we might be cutting it a little bit close here. Also, yeah, we don't have sufficient power for this, in fact, so let's sweet treat this first. And take it from there. We'll attempt to clock out after this, perhaps, but see if we're able to freeze either of them. Yeah, plenty of replenishment on Mario here. He's going to get up to full. We totally should have just stacked some power rushes. So the idea at this point is to go for Goombella here. Now we can't really get the kill necessarily, but we're going to try to do clock out once more just to see if we can hit either of them. Just to be perfectly fancy about this. Let's not freeze ourselves, of course. Let's be extra careful here. There we go. Yeah, so he froze one, and that's okay. Less chances to attack are now available. Less chances to attack, I wonder. I hadn't actually seen that effect. That's okay, because then we just need to swap her out preemptively, I think. And we'll be fine. Mario is going to do about 10 to her, which means we'll be fine. Let's go normal jump over here. We can cut straight through the other two. More chances to attack are now available. Okay. Have to watch out for that. Yeah, there's a bit of a turn change here that we didn't account for. That's okay because we'll just get Koops to do this bit with a power shell. Wee, I'll leave the rest to you. And yeah, Marilyn shouldn't really be too much of a problem here, I think. Given that she's clocked out for another turn, and she won't really get to use her buff very much. We'll just go power smash the rest of the way, probably, and burn down quickly if we can. And we'll even be protected. Oh, whoops, missed it. We'll be fine. We can probably even take her out this turn. I think we can. Let's see if we can... Because, hang on, her defense is 0, right? Let's... Yeah, defense is 0. That's fine then. We'll take her out immediately. Speaking of dupless, since we're against an undefended enemy, let's just go for this. And see how we do. Damage. Yeah, pretty vicious there, actually. That's about 12 in total. Against somebody defenseless, I think dupless is actually going to be best. Anyway. We'll go for the power smash. That's overkill, but we'll take it. And that's it. Gah. Doesn't quite get me over the line when it comes to the level up, but that's okay. We'll need to replenish the FP. I mean, we'll probably just go back to the refill block here. At this rate, she will never... No, yeah, not giving Vivian the finishing blow. Yeah, that's very true. Well, I mean, you know, I did want Dupless to get a little bit involved in a fight here. Yeah, Vivian didn't really get to play here, actually. I forgot to bring her out for dialogue in advance of this fight. But that's okay. We got to see the shocked expression on our Dupless's face. Oof. Good. Berg. That's okay. Blah. Let's leave these wusses, Gonzalez. Actually, you know what? We get partner dialogue. I'm sorry, sis. And you know what? Let's see what everybody says. We can just do it. Let's leave these louts, Mario. Let's leave these wimps, Mario. Let's leave these doofuses, Mario. That's so very in character for Goombella. Let's leave these idiots, Mario. That's also in character for Miss Mouse. Let's leave these landlubbers, Mario. Let's leave these cats, Mario. Okay, close enough. And I'm sorry, sis, and then... Yeah, okay, we've seen it all. Anyway, let's refill quickly. This is just for the FP. Maybe we'll regret being so spendy on it if we eventually need to refill too many items in a shop, but that's okay. We'll save up and we'll keep going. I always thought this was one of the tougher fights if you go for all Tattles. That's on you for being more of a power lift player instead of paralysis. Yeah. Thing is, you know, Clockout doesn't even need to hit that much, right? Like, as long as we don't miss all three of them, Clockout generally gives you a fair bit of an advantage. It is a lot of incoming damage at once, it's very true, but we did pretty well for locking them down, I think. And also, you know, Feeling Fine is totally overpowered as well. Having Feeling Fine on both characters has gotten me so much throughout this game. Even though we plugged them in fairly late when I was doing the Pit of 100 Trials earlier this week. Concealed Path 1. I don't remember if we have this guy in the catalog already. We should have checked. So let's just bump him and verify quickly. Yeah, I thought we had all colors in the Pit of 100 Trials, but I wasn't absolutely sure, so... In that case... point-wise, it makes sense to just go Power Shell plus one of the hammers, I think. Actually, I don't remember their armor. Let's check it quickly. Dark Wizard Defense 2. Okay, so we should actually... get through them with Koops. Let's see, if you do Power Shell with all three, I think that suffices for... no, Shell Slam rather, of all three of them. I think that'll get us through. Yeah. I think Super Hammer will probably do it with the knockback. with 1 damage, but I'm not totally sure. We might as well try it. I mean, if the worst case, they're all alive. Actually, no, we'll try with the Ultra to see if armor actually matters for this. I don't think it does. I think it'll probably do the full 6-3-3 or whatever. Oh, did we miss? No knockback on that. Interesting. Or did I just pick the wrong one that time? Okay, never mind then. What do you think of this chapter having no battle music? Yeah, that's fine actually. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a lengthier track that I think needs to be appreciated as something that develops over a long scale, right? When it comes to the way that it varies the 1-2 underground theme as well, which I find very interesting. At least in the previous segment. So, yeah, I don't mind it. It's sort of a longer piece of music, and we've heard so many fascinating variants on the battle music generally already. So, anyway, let's... Oh, yeah, we've got the Bushido on the second one, so we'll just need to weather it, I think. And maybe do a bit of sweet treat into it. Let's just kill it. You know what? Yeah, let's just sweet treat this and load up. Yeah, we get very few star points off these. I mean, like I said, bump attack might even still hit at this stage because we're up in level 32 or whatever. I don't know what the internal level of the enemies is, but for much of this zone we were definitely over the threshold for bump attack already, so... We'll just take a turn here to do a bit of refill. Still on the boo sheet here though, but that's okay. I mean, this is just going to miss. I don't know if it's 100% miss, but we better check it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. With a boo sheet here. So, you know, we should have just done an appeal out of that just to build the meter again, but that's okay. We got an audience of 200. It's basically going to give me a full wheel. And it does. Oh, missed a guard. That's okay. We might even just fill up Koops again, in fact. Since we have the points to do it. Why not? Yeah, we're not going to get very many points off of this fight, regardless, so... Seriously considering just putting on bump attack and sleeping through the chapter. But, nah, that's okay, we'll do the fights. I think maybe we did tattle all the wizard variants already, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, so Koops is mostly back up, so... That's more than enough. We probably should have put multi-bounce back in Mario. So we can actually hit strings of aerial enemies like this, but... Thunder Rage. Also, somewhere that you can platform up here. I mean, I guess the idea too is that you could have used Koops to hit this block on the left. Once you do get up there. But until that point... Oops, missed a hammer. That's okay. Yeah, this will be simple. Let's go with the Duplas here. Actually, yeah, the piercing attack will... Oh, and it's got a life mushroom. You know what? We should actually just steal the life mushroom with mouse. Which means we should kill the first one up front first. And Power Smash should do it, I think. 10 damage? Yeah, against 2 defense. Yeah, we actually did get one shot by Gloomtail twice earlier, so we expended 2 life mushrooms on Gloomtail. because Gloomsail did hit harder than expected. And Kiss Thief, yeah. Okay, let's see if we can do it. You still... Oh, come on, a coin? Okay, I guess we don't get to take that after all. Oh, gonna charge up with the item though, and... That's fine. We'll... just wreck everything. Alternative is that we can do the Coop's attack plus Earth Tremor. I was really hoping to steal this though, but... And against 2, the standard attack might even be enough. Let's do it. So we don't need to spend quite so heavily. And yeah, actually it just hits the one. Oh yeah, because the other ones are just illusions. I was trying to remember how, like, whether we actually needed to damage the others, but... This will be okay. I was hoping to steal it. I really should have just gone for the attack directly here, but we'll take it. What's up with the space-themed walls? Are they space-themed? Oh, you mean just star-themed? I mean, this whole place revolves around stars. Anyway, this is going to be simple enough. And this time we'll actually kill it. Yeah, I was really hoping we'd go for a steal there, but Mouse decided to just pickpocket a coin instead. It could have gone much better. And yeah, these guys, we could totally just kill the whole set with a bump attack or a first strike. This is going to be some kind of flurry spot. Let's take it out. And then use all of our partners one by one. Whoops. We'll get there. Okay, so we had a couple of blocks on the outside on the next level. That's okay, we'll deal with those in good time. Oh, and then we actually want Coops to do this. Bit of a review here of Hooktail Castle. Then we've got a Repel Cape. Dodges that are harder to hit. We've got better things, I think. Bushi seems to be strictly better. We could have tossed the Ultra, but the Ultra is actually worth cash, so. The Sealed Path 2. Yeah, a couple of things to hit over here. Well, eventually, I mean, to where the colored blocks we saw earlier. Let's go over here first. Yeah, let's take a look at this configuration. We just want to raise the green. But maybe there's something else to this configuration we don't know about, so we'll see how this does. Okay, that's all there is to it. Can't really activate it remotely to do anything better than this, I don't think. Oh, except... we are missing something. There we go. Okay, yeah, this lifts us up. I guess... oh, yeah, that isn't going to quite work. Oh, never mind. Let's bring it back down. We'll use Bobbery for it, I think. since you don't have enough room here for Koops to be the one. You can, of course, jump to the right over here. I think we certainly could if we wanted to, but then... well, then we can lower this and run to the right. I think that's the idea. And low ceiling here, it tells me it's potentially a dupless moment. Concealed path 3. Can I actually make it across? No, I didn't think so. Down here. Just gonna see if anything will naturally reveal itself. Oh yeah, there's a pipe up above. It blends in so well with the decoration, I totally didn't see it. It is going to be something we need to read accurately, though. Why don't we stand right on the line? There we go. It's much fancier here. Sort of deceptive. Yeah, we'll take that. And we'll just proceed. I feel like we could have dropped to the right there. That's okay, we'll do this instead. And we'll hit that too. Whoops. I keep missing the hammer. These guys come in pretty quickly. Oh, we got a badge here. Let's go for mouse. Okay, got it. Power plus P, power plus P. We don't really have room for that, but I guess we could build towards it. I mean, we have a defense up right now. We could just switch that to power. Anyway, pretty happy with that. Let's just kill it. Actually, no, I didn't want piercing. I wanted power. Selected the wrong one here. Okay. I missed the guard every time. That's okay. Let's just switch over to Koops here for a second. And slam them both. I'm amazed that we got an additional power plus P just off random chance here. Anyway, this will be plenty. Okay, because you know we're going to do it. Let's get into the badges for a moment. And let's do a bit of sorting. Okay, so what are we going to take off to do that? We can take off one of the defend pluses, perhaps. And then an additional 1-pointer. Or a 2-pointer and a 4-pointer. We don't really have any 1-pointers to sacrifice, unfortunately, unless we defang power smash slightly in favor of partner attacks. I mean, we're pretty close to next level up, that's the thing, so it doesn't matter too much because we can always take off something else in its place. I was hoping to eventually build towards Lucky Day or something, but you know, for now, if we quad stack power plus P, it's just more fun in some ways. So let me consider... Yeah, we're actually so close to level up, I think we'll just build towards it. Maybe we can take out Happy Flower. I mean, we are a little dependent on it sometimes. You know what? We'll do it. We can always plug it back in once it's time. Power plus B, there we go. And what else can we do with the 1 remaining points? We can put it on appeal or something. Like we did previously. Okay. Maximum fun. That's how we play it. Too bad we couldn't get more Power Plus in Mario, of course, but we'll take it. Not gonna complain. Shooting stars that we never really use. We'll just toss Ice Storm. Just in terms of damage numbers. But yeah, I mean, we could even build substantially towards partners as the principal source of damage and running Mario and backline support or something, but... Oh, let's... hang on. Oh yeah, no, we need to drop the bomb here, that's why. We'll do it. Hang on. Okay, just walk him. Not quite. Let's walk him closer. And not quite every star over here wants to light up. I've got a key to deal with sometime soon as well. Oh, speaking of key. The palace key. Key for a door in the palace of shadow. I don't know that anything is really traversable here. Obviously, there is somewhere you can go upstairs, but I don't know if that's reachable by our present means. Yeah, because we kind of eventually fall back in towards it. Anyway, let's do it again. Now, as far as some of this goes, try some better ideas. So anyway, we have the key. I'm just sort of wondering if maybe there's something else we could have done here. Get some additional movement, but that's okay. Okay, Gear Room 1. Line it up. Don't need it. I mean, attack is great, but we have no room. And then we roll up. Come on, roll up. Roll up. There we go. Oh no, wrong button here. Let's... There we go. Come on, roll it. Hang on. Why is my input not working for this? Let's... Or we could just walk like this. Yeah, okay, that works too. Ah, yes, okay, this was the key for what we need to activate. We should have paid attention to that. And with the correct partner. Anyway, down we go. How come the rolling power wasn't working? I thought it was... You have to jump over here. Yeah, I wonder what the issue was. Yes, we need to look at the stars themselves. That's in the previous room. We'll just go back and take a peek. One, three, four, six. Well, that's simple enough to punch in. There we go. 1, 3, 4, 6, right? Yeah, let's do it. And we'll raise the signal. And there we go. That's more like it. Write it out to the end just in case. And let's go back. Roll by roll. Okay, that's what pop it is, and then we'll just keep moving. We'll cycle all the way around top to see if there's anything to hit there. I believe there must be. Whether it's anything interesting. Oh, life mushroom, we'll take it. We can drop in to take it. Yeah, we'll definitely keep it in favor of something else. Those sheets are nice. So we'll probably just toss the Thunder Rage. Oh, actually, you know, we should have just taken the... Yeah, we should have just consumed a maple. That's okay. I don't care. Just consumed a maple and freed up a spot. Anyway, here we go. And this looks like something we can peel away, probably. Oops, let's line up properly. And jump through here. It'll be a little of everything. Okay, now we need to traverse this properly. Conceal the path 3. Only the penitent man may pass. Whoops, oh. That was spectacular. That's okay, not too much of a miss. Okay, how are we doing? HP-wise, we're doing fine. Oh, we totally could have gone further too, right? Hang on. Yeah, life mushroom over there. We'll do it. What we replace with life mushroom is something we'll figure out, but here we are. And we got so much inventory bloat here at this point. We don't use enough shooting stars for it to be worthwhile to carry this much, I think. But we could also just apply the mushroom roast at this point. We needed to heal. This mouse needs to heal, so yeah, we'll just do this instead. Actually dine for once. For the sake of clearing inventory, with like 12 points to go before the next level. Oh, more stuff that we don't have room for. That's okay, we'll just leave it at this point. Fun to pick those up while they lasted. Is there softener? We aren't likely to use that either. Okay, whoops. I guess we'll fight. And yeah, we'll switch here. Take up again. And what were we in the middle doing? Let's... Coops here. And just slammed him. Not gonna bother calculating it. Oh, look at that, it does a full 10. Well, okay, there's our answer. We've got all the FP essentially refunded. Well, let's just carry on as usual then. Gear Room 3. And we'll just make it over to that chest. Oh yeah, this is going to be another temporary one, right? Actually, yeah, it is. That's okay, because what we'll do is we'll just ride all around, because we are given enough time to do so. That's simple enough. Alice Key will take it. And back up we head. Now what were we doing here? Oh yeah, we need to go back for the key to be plugged in. Same idea, we just need to head back to where the key was going to be plugged in. And as long as we tread carefully, that's not going to be too much of a going concern. I do wonder if I'm backtracking too much here. What we're doing, but no, we kind of need... That's something to keep things are working around here. Let's see about the likely read here. I'm trying to remember what this PJ thing was for. Let's... Oh yeah, no, we keep repeating into this room. That's one of the issues that I haven't really addressed yet. Or rather, we've plugged all that in already. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to remember what that was. That's okay, we'll toss it. Okay, we need to figure this out. Let's back up top. And then see what we have here. Look at those incredibly dynamic shapes in the background as well. Oh, there we go. Except this is your room 3. We had to take a dive. Trying to remember where we saw a key that could be plugged in. Seems like that was a while ago for some. Oh, oops. Oh, what was that unfashionable key? Let's take a look at the map. Yeah, no getting out of this one. Okay, through here, and then right, and then we fly. And there's the key. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, too bad about the shooting star there, but we really, truly have no space. Okay, Palace of Shadow anteroom. We go already. That was pretty quick. Nope, no need. Ultra, we don't need that either. Okay, anything we don't pick up will just stay here. Jam and Jelly, we don't need that either. We probably should refill though. And also save up. And for dialogue's sake, you know what, let's switch to Ms. Mouse to see if he says anything interesting. I really like the shooting stars. No, it's more that I just kind of stocked them up over time. I didn't really even buy them or anything. We just picked them up as we go along. And they were potentially useful enough that I tended to not throw them out when I overstuffed the inventory. And that ended up with the result that we have now, where I'm just sitting on too many of them. Now, I need to see if I want to reconfigure a little bit. Because I was hoping originally that we would be able to level up and get a few additional points to switch to something like Lucky Day. Maybe we should do that instead of the Quad Stack and Power Plus, but because, you know, the one-shot potential is something that I'm a little concerned about, given that that Gloomtail was already doing a bit of a number on us. I'm really good on star points, yeah. Yeah, considering that we've got the whole sequence. I don't remember the exact order, but yeah, no. We're going to be good, given we are going to get a level up fairly soon, given the fights that remain. I'm just thinking about whether we want one now. I don't remember damage numbers or anything, but I'm sure nothing until the final boss is going to hit us too hard relative to Gloomtail just doing a little bit too much when things went unblocked. So let's just keep things as is then, and just pop this. Dialogue-wise, who do you think would be most entertaining? Well, let's just go with Mouse. Mouse doesn't actually say that much, actually. A lot of her lines are a bit of a throwaway. But bum, bum, bum. Okay, this room gives me a very bad feeling, dearie. What is this chamber? The Chamber of Secrets. Gag. We finally meet Mario. I've been looking forward to this, I must admit. So this fellow is the leader of those X-Nauts. Yes, correct. I am the supreme leader of the secret society of X-Nuts. I am Grotus. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I really must express my thanks to you first. And do you know why? You have gathered together all of the crystal stars I was seeking. No, so the last crystal star we found on the moon. We were so blind. Gag, 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 gag. You just realized now, do you? Yes, instead of taking the few crystal stars you fools had bumbled into, it was far easier to let you find them all and open the 1,000-year door for me. How kind of you to bring them all here to me. All I had to do was entrust the last crystal star to my least competent underling. I don't suppose Crump had any idea of my plan, though. Gag, 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 gag. So whether he beat you or lost to you, the crystal stars would be together in mine either way. Pure genius. Now, I thought the 3 shadows would do a little more to slow your progress, but it appears they are so useless that even this small task was beyond them. No matter. Now I get the pleasure of sending you to oblivion. Be careful, Eerie. He looks tough. Once you fools are gone, no one will stand in my way. Grotus will rule the world. We'll never let that happen. Now come. Meet your ends, you meddlesome fools. You will know my power. Okay, can't flee this fight. That's okay. We will, of course, tattle everything here. We'll begin with the outside, so we know how much damage we need to do on the Grotus X. Or the Grotus Cross, if you will. And 3 damage, yeah, that's fine. Grotus X protects Grotus. Max HP is 3, attack is 4, defense is 0. This guy's no problem on his own, but Grotus' defense goes up for each of them. When he has 4 surrounding him, we won't be able to damage him at all. So let's dish out some hurt to them while we pound on Grotus. Got it? Alright, we'll do the obvious. Which is drop Earth Tremor on it. And that should be a sizable hit. This will be a decent start. We'll tattle on him next. Okay. Ooh, that hits hard. Yeah, we should have put in some luck-based defense here, I think. But failing that, we'll just get Mario to sweet treat. Let's see. Can we do some kind of mass attack here? We can also use an item to just zap. I mean, given that we have all these shooting stars and such, we can do that as well. I am thinking tempo-wise, though, what we'll do here. Because we do want to get a tattle down on Grotus at some points, and I just don't have a very clear opportunity to do it right now while we have been zapped as hard. So, let me think about this. That's okay, we'll do a tattle and we'll just soak for a turn, I think. It's okay if he gets a couple of the other ones up. And we have a life mushroom regardless, so, you know, we don't need to worry about it too much. It's Grotus. He's the head of the X-Nuts who kidnapped Peach. Max HP is 50, attack is 7, defense is 1. When he has Grotus X's surrounding him, his defense will go up by that number. We also use electricity, fire, and time-stopping magic. That doesn't sound good. So he's a totally weird guy. Why is he so intense and serious all the time? I guess we don't have time to worry about that. Let's beat him and find Peach. Okay, let's sweet treat this first. We could go for the clock out combo, but I doubt Grotus himself would be frozen with it, so I'd rather... Yes. Oh, whoops. Not getting a lot of Mario so far, which is rather unfortunate. Okay, 6 points. That's fine. That'll be good. Because if he does 7 with lightning, we're fine. It's just that we have to worry about the attack from the X's as well. Guard for 6. Ooh, okay, that's gonna hit hard. Oh, I missed the guard once again. Okay, that's fine. We'll go to Life Mushroom. Bad timing there, but that's okay. Again, we've got so much defense here. We really could just soak it all if we want. It's just that we have less available later. Given that we haven't hit him yet, I think we should just drop an item on him at this point. Shock everything as we go, and then now that we have to Huddle down, then we can just go for Mario attacking in afterwards. So let's finally use one of these, maybe, Shooting Stars. Also putting a boost sheet on Mario is not a bad idea either. But yeah, let's just go Shooting Star and see what happens. Okay. We'll just go Power Smash into him. I have to remember that I've got some additional Power Plus and a partner attack too, so we should be using a partner for these purposes as well. We should have actually used Mario for the item in this case and gone for Dupless or something to really grind him down. Direct attacks will be countered. That's fine, we'll just go indirect. We can do that. Maybe through a Quake Hammer or something. I mean, I don't know if Bobbery counts as a direct attack. I feel like he doesn't. But regardless, we'll need to clean up all of this stuff. We really should have had a multi-bounce available, but... What else do we have here that can kind of do a mass attack on all of them? There's Vivian's Fire, which might actually be helpful here. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, let's go for that. And that's going to hit really hard, actually, hitting for 9. That's not bad at all. And in that case, we'll see about this. Yeah, given that he's countering direct attacks, we should just go Quake Hammer for this one. And that'll be fine. Okay, Vivian got a fork in the head, but you have the metal to push me this far. But no more. So he's going to be dodgy. But we've got flame attack on him, so okay, we're not too concerned. We don't have enough for the Fiery Jinx this turn, but we can always drop an item on him again. Some attacks will be countered. Yeah, it'll be a little bit tricky, but we might as well drop one. I feel like we shouldn't go too aggressive on this. Direct attacks will still be countered, though, this turn anyway, so I can't just go for Dupless right now. I think, though, that Bobbery might actually count as indirect, so we'll see. And of course the delayed attack might not even be a bad idea either, per se, and release one line. Lights up, let's do it. Yeah, that'll hit him pretty hard, in fact. Rights for the Repel Cave, you will not stop me. Take this. Oop. Okay, that's fine. Wasn't too bad at all, actually. I mean, at this point, Showstopper just kills him outright. Assuming the Repel Cape doesn't counter it, which it shouldn't. Let's do it that way. Let's be fancy about it. And not Showstopper, but Supernova. Supernova for 15, let's see if it works. We should be able to get enough points out of him to get a replenishment at the end of this fight, I hope. We can get 12 points off of him. We'll be in good shape. Okay, here we go. And he's done. Yeah, too bad we had one life mushroom in there, just from being one shot, but cost of doing business, I guess. We did have to spend the shooting stars a little heavily, given that it's overkill on the 3 points of damage that we needed on the Grotus X, but we'll take it. And hey, we're finally getting up to 99 BP. Keep in mind, we actually still have headroom for 3 additional BP past this point because we can next upgrade FP and then take off the FP Plus badge if we want to stay on 10 FP. So we have even more BP to come, potentially. So, 99 BP it is. Impeccable level up timing. Oh yeah, I mean that's why I used the Supernova. I think that puts us in a pretty good place. You are more than it seems, but this is not finished. I saw even this possibility. Pardon? Watch this. Now we won't actually get to plug in the badges yet, I suppose, but Mario. Princess Peach. Move one step and she will breathe and no more. You wouldn't. Now try this. Mario! But of course, there's something that he did not account for here, which is... we'll see in a minute. Mario. What should we do, old boy? We're doomed if we don't attack him. Well, we're doomed. Stop your blubbering. This is it. Meet your end. But little does he know. Perfect timing. Oog. Bowser. Berg, that was a surprise. I didn't think I'd fall. Crummy ancient tower construction. Your impactfulness. Are you okay? Gwarf. Why is Mario here? And Peach as well. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to put an end to it right now. Mario, first I pound you, then I take the princess, and then the crystal stars. What? This is rather unfair. All this and Bowser too? Warharharhar. All worn out from battle, Mario? Yes, easy pickings. Today's the day I flush a plumber down the drain. Yeah, that level up timing actually really did work out quite conveniently. Warharharhar. What's a finale without a Bowser appearance, huh? A karate finale, that's what. Now hold still while I trounce you and take my Peach. Mario, you sniveling bug. This is it for you. Okay. Let's get tattling. And Aubrey's just going to get rid of that, but first... Let's tattle. I kind of wonder if Clock Out is going to work on at least one of them this time around. That's Bowser Genius. You only fought this guy like a bazillion times. You'll keep kidnapping Peach and you'll keep fighting him until the end of time, I think. Max HP is 70, attack is 7, defense is 2. In addition to his fire breath, he jumps on you and bites. If you get jumped on, you'll be unable to use a command for a little while. Oh, and his bite sometimes poisons you as well. I don't know what Bowser's doing here, but we gotta defeat him quick. You know what? Well, let's see if we can buy some time. Okay. Button spam. Amazing. Okay. Let's see what Cammy's got for us. Oh, that hit rather hard. Escape. Tattle. That's Cammy Koopa. She's an evil old witch who's always helping Bowser out. Max HP is 50, attack is 5, defense is 0. She uses magic to raise her attack and defense or get electrified or invisible. When her HP gets low, she may also use magic to restore HP. Magic is totally annoying, so take her out before you focus on Bowser. Still, you gotta feel for her, having to hang out with Bowser all the time. What do you think Bowser has a harder time enduring her? Well, I don't know. We got 2 turns to work with here. I'm just thinking about whether we can actually burn Bowser first if we really wanted to, but that's fine. And let's see, what's going to hit harder here? I haven't really been using jump attacks the whole game, so I think in terms of efficiency, let's do 12. That's good. And she's down. Okay, Bowser's got an additional turn here. Let's see. Mario can do another 12 or so again, but I think what we'll do is we're going to go for, where's Dupless here? Dupless against somebody low defense. Oh, is she low defense? Let's check her again. Yeah, defense 0. Dupless is going to be pretty good here. Love how he's got this thinking pose with the tattle check. Well, during the menu selection as well, of course. What? No, wrong button. Come on. Try to escape that. Okay. Attack with the ground pound. Let's do it. Yeah, that's 16 damage off of him because we have 4 power plus that's stacked on him at this point, so we'll actually be able to just take her out next turn. I'm pretty sure. So let's just do it, I guess. And normal jump will even do just fine this turn, actually. Yeah, we'll do more than enough. Okay, Bowser's up and running. We could even just go spin jump on her first. Actually, no, that wasn't a good idea because Bowser has some defense, and so a Dupless is not going to be quite as effective against him. Against his defensive value here. We actually should have gone Dupless first and then Mario for the piercing attack, but we'll do this instead. 4 power plus, though. I mean, we're in pretty good shape for the most part. I'm just trying to think about who's going to do the most punishment here. Because against defense, we want somebody who's just going to hit him with a single attack. I mean, we can try Koops. And yeah, we'll see some of the damage numbers here. Okay, 7's not awful. I think we can do better. I think Mouse can probably do like 8 or something with our current stats. That hits pretty hard. I sure do feel good today. I am feeling it. I think we're actually going to Sweet Treat out of it just every turn. And then just keep bopping him. And hang on, we'll... Yeah, put Mario in front here. I think we'll do it. We might also go for the egg damage debuff with Yoshi, because we never really do consider that as an option as much as I should with some of these harder hitting attacks that have been coming in. Because, you know, throughout the game we just haven't needed to use that since we were able to get hit. In that case, let's just take a look at some of the different attack possibilities here. As we get to Bobbery. Or we could have... Actually, even with the 2 armor here, maybe Duplo still does a fair bit. I'm just kind of calculating this in my head. Let's see how much Mouse is going to do. We can also just put a repel cape on Mario or something, or use Flurry to get the repel on him, which might not be a bad idea. Yeah, let's see. This should... I think this is going to do 7 or 8. Let's take a look at this. Does 8. Yeah, actually, she's doing really good now because she scales really, really well with all the power plus P. Oh, that's okay. No poison. Oh, well, thank you, Boo. We'll take that. And, I mean, Mario can always just heal up again if he really wants, in which case... yeah, we could... Oh, you know what? We'll take the heart, too. Oh, and she missed. Okay. Yeah, what we can do is... We can just stall with the Sweet Treat unless we have something else we want to do with him. I want to put him on the back line for now. And just go Love Slap here. And actually, we could put the other boost sheet on Mario if we really wanted. But no, we'll just sustain him. I mean, you know, I'm just kind of conserving life mushrooms at this point for later. Because we might need them. But yeah, we'll do it. It's better to just leave Mouse out instead of healing another character, since she does have the sheet for defense here. We'll just go for self-sustain on Mario because we can. Might actually want to try to clock him out again, in fact, since we know it works on him. And just wail on him after that. But we'll try to look for an ample opportunity. And that's missed, great. Let's get rid of the rock here. I totally am going to try it. We know it works on him, so... How often it works is a different question. Just watch the input carefully here. And nope, he's going to be immune to that. That's fine. In that case, let's just smack him again. And yeah. Thematically the perfect attack against Bowser. We should really kind of drop the egg on him before the attack debuff, but that's okay. Yeah. It's too bad we don't have any of the lucky defense of Mario. We really should have built towards that. But he can sweet treat it again, and you know we'll just continue to stall for the time being. I'd rather go for damage here and just burn him down while we can, because he's not going to one-shot us at this stage. And we get so much star power off of the attacks that we can just continue to self-sustain. As long as we don't get too much poison. We're not even using the FP at this point either. Oops. Yeah, a little more healing on Mario would be nice. Let's see. Do that. Is he going to do the command disable? You have some fight in you, not bad. Okay. That's okay, we'll just keep going. Until we get to a point where I can just burn him down in a single turn, which will be pretty close. We'll get there very soon, I think. Yeah, we might even be able to get him the kill, I think in 2 turns. Unless we have enough for, what is it, Supernova. But I think we'll be just a little bit short, so. Let's just continue to self-sustain against the group attack here. Oh, missing a lot here. And more. I don't know if we'll have enough this time. Yeah, we'll be able to sustain 8. We have to do a little bit of blocking, but... it's fine. Okay, so in fact, if Mario is able to do full 10 or something against it. No, well, let's sustain for 1 more turn. I think we can probably do it. But we need to be much better about the replenishment this time. As long as we're over 6 and then we guard, we're okay. But yeah, we really need to think about that lucky defense for some of the finale here. Now, I can't quite do 15 with Mario. We don't have enough for Supernova, but we'll sweet treat it. And hopefully that'll do well. Again, you know, we could always just burn a life mushroom. It's not a problem, really. It's just, you know, 40 coins at the end of the day, but I would like to do this as cleanly as I can. Oops. By as clean as we can, that means we shouldn't miss so much replenishment off Mario. Okay, that's going to be a problem because we're not going to get enough HP off him this time. So we might be down by life mushroom regardless, unless we super guard or something. But yeah, no, that's going to toast him. That's okay, we'll just kill him this turn. Yeah, too bad. It does come down to single points like that sometimes. Well, you know what? Let's just kill him. And piercing should do the job. We didn't play this very efficiently. We barely used the FP. I don't actually have that much single target damage from partners. We could have used a multi-bonk on Goombella, I suppose, and that would have been useful. But it's more that the multiple bounce type attacks are not that good against a higher defense. So I was hoping to go for something a little more direct. So too bad about the life mushroom that we expended, but we still have, I don't know, 5 or 6 remaining, I think, which is a decent buffer at this point. How could this happen? Ew, that was too close. At least we got that thorn pulled out of our sides. Now let's save Peach. Where's Grotus? Yeah. That was Peach. Yeah, as we get further into this, I think we might want to reduce some of this stuff. So power plus P times 4 is obviously fun, but I wonder if we should move some things back to Mario's survivability. If we take off 4 points somewhere, we'll be able to do it. When we think about it, we don't really need both of the super appeals, to be honest. Given that we don't have that much tempo to be appealing at this stage. But I think we might still have to drop one of the power plus P if we want to go for Lucky Day or something. And even an additional luck input beyond that. Let's keep going though for now. And then at least get a heal up first. I don't know about that. We'll keep power plus P for the time being, but then we'll do a little bit of swapping somewhat soon. For the moment... Oh yeah, we took off Happy Flower earlier. We can put that on and then take it off when we want to. Or we can start going for some of the low damage defense again. Or even Simplifier for that matter for the guards. Wasn't there something with 4 FP that we looked at that was pretty appealing earlier? Let me take a look. I was probably thinking of the All or Nothing. But yeah, I'm just thinking about how much flexibility we have. I think maybe we'll drop 1 power plus B. Oh, it's still good though. Still very, very good. Well, let's plug something else in for the 3 points that we do have for the time being. Like maybe Power Rush and then double... let's call it. I mean, usually we're not going to be sitting on less than 5 HP, right? It's more for situations where there are multiple attacks coming in. Double Close Call and a Last Stand. I think at this point that makes more sense. I was thinking Power Rush too, but that's okay. We'll reconfigure as necessary. Oh, you know what? Let's get Goombella to make fun of them a bit. If she would like to say anything. That's Kamikoopa. She's the old witch that serves as Bowser's advisor. But what do you care? Let's stop worrying about it and go save Peach. It's Bowser. He came to the Palace of Shadow for Peach and that treasure. Gotta give him credit for coming this far, really. I almost respect him, actually. No time for all that. We have to go after Groters and Peach. Come on. I'm trying to remember if there's anything interstitial that will allow me to heal up before the next sequence. I think so. No panic music in this corridor tonight. Nope. Seems not. Ultra Mushroom? Yeah, sure, we'll take that. We'll definitely need to heal up here as we descend into the depths. I'm trying to remember if... Well, we have the save block here. Jam and Jelly, that will oddly enough actually fit. Okay, we need to redo the badges now. We're not going to have time for an additional level up. So yeah, we're going to do Power plus P off, and we're going to go Lucky Day. We're not going to do... We might actually take off the appeals completely, actually, because the thing is, we're not going to do the clock out cycle the way we were doing the whole game. The point of the super appeals is that you can clock out and refill, right? It's going to be less effective in a boss situation anyway. And so, we actually have the possibility here of significantly raising our defensive capabilities. Now we've got 2 points here. I was looking at something else. We could go double simplifier again, but then we really wouldn't refill any star power, and that's why I don't like that so much. I'm more thinking that, we generally won't have the tempo to be doing appeals. Tempted to go Hammerman, actually, but I just don't remember the fights well enough to recall if that's a good idea. Pretty Lucky. Actually, you know what? I don't quite know how Pretty Lucky compares to Close Call. But given that we're generally going to try to fill up, let's go double Pretty Lucky. And maybe move Last Stand over to Close Call. And then really go for High Dodge. I kind of like that. The partners are going to take quite a bit of punishment here, but I think this is a decent setup when it comes to prioritizing Mario's survivability. Again, too bad that we don't have enough going on for Power plus P here, but I feel like going for high probability dodge. I don't quite know how it stacks, whether it's additive or multiplicative or what the numbers even are, but we'll save it. And let's see how we do. Incidentally, I don't think I'll stay long enough today to make the second pit run, even though we can just start at level 50 with it. But we'll see, because, even that, from starting from level 50 is about a 2 or 3 hour commitment, potentially, depending on how things go. Even though we're more powerful than we were before. I'm just thinking about how much the pit experience kind of decelerated on our previous run once we were down at the lower levels. So, too bad for you, Mario. You're too late. What's going on? Gag, gag, gag. Look well. In the coffin behind me sleeps the legendary treasure. This tomb holds the soul of that ancient demon, the wielder of destruction. And the crystal stars you brought here will undo the seal. The demon's soul will possess Peach's body and bring life to the most powerful witch in millennia. That's why you nabbed her. Mario, I'm so sorry. Sending you that map caused all this trouble, didn't it? The door is breaking down anyway, so... Gag, 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 gag. With the power of the witch, I will rule this pathetic world. The time has come at last. The world will be mine. And then this is the part where he pulls a Belloc from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Arise, arise, my Shadow Queen. I am uncomfortable with this X-Knot ritual. Anyway. Here we go. Now I do remember the damage numbers on this are fairly high, so we'll see how things go, especially because we... Yeah, no, if we take off appeals, we really can't put on simplifiers. We just won't have any star power, but... We'll see, because I'm expecting that clock out is not useful here, so... That could be a wild assumption, but... We might be in that situation again where Power Plus Mario isn't even that useful because he's spending every turn healing and doing self-sustain. But with all of the luck-based dodging that we're putting on, maybe things will be alright. What's going on? Oh, darkness befalls the great tree. Brother! The sky, it's... Anyway, here's Oolong Town. Notice the hot dog stand is shut today. What's all this? The sky, it's turning dark. Who has called me back? It is I, my Shadow Queen. You. Very well. Where is the vessel? It is here, this girl who lies before you. Yes, a fine vessel. Now... I mean, it's not like Twilight Town could get much darker, but I guess if the moon's being turned off, then perhaps. Eek. Wow, help me. The Traveling Sisters 3 are still hanging out there too. What's all this then? Am I to deduce that this is Luigi? What was that? Something terrible has happened. As a Princess Peach's voice cried out in terror and was suddenly silenced. No. Could a demon of legend have truly awakened? Well, I guess Frankly does get out of his office sometimes, even if he isn't being duplicitous. No, this is unthinkable. 06i, you got here? Yeah, I guess we'll clear it together today. In our own little way. Anyway, this is how you know that she's the Shadow Queen. Mahahaha, witness my rebirth. My soul has not yet fully accustomed to this vessel, but I will learn to control this body soon enough. The Peach. Yes, my glorious Shadow Queen, destroy these impudent fools. Who are you that would command me? What sort of being are you? What do you mean? I thought you were bound to obey the one who woke you. Enough of this prattle. Do as I say. Now, or I will send you back to... You would do well to learn your proper place, slave. No one commands me. That's a proper decapitation. My powers are not yet fully restored. They will come in time. That's, you know, the ESRB rating going up a couple of grades right there. What's going on, Mario? I don't... My queen. You have returned to us. Beldam, what ages have passed? They go back a long way. So you are the one truly responsible for calling me back, yes? Yes, my queen. I love how Dupless is just kind of hanging around back there with imposter syndrome. Because, of course, Dupless would have imposter syndrome. I searched for a pure heart that you might inhabit. And as I did, I spread a rumor of a great treasure. Then I led the fools who had gathered crystal stars here to open the seal. Dupless sitting there like he's been waiting for this moment his entire life. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, you have fulfilled your duties admirably. I am not worthy, my queen. And who are these beings that stand before me? Yes, they appear to possess a modicum of power and may be of some use. Mortals, if you will become my faithful servants, I will not harm you. Hey, we just hit the save point, right? Can we say yes? Let's say we are going to say yes, right? Given that, you know, we'll just go back to the cutscene anyway. I did do all my badge configuration prior to doing this. I remember I did this on GameCube as well, actually, originally, just to see if it would really follow through with it. And what do we mean, Mario? No way can we agree to serve her. And yeah, the next time we come in here, maybe we'll switch to Vivian or something for different dialogue. Goombella is utterly shocked. Yes, you are obedient. Good, my pet. Now you are mine. Goombella is not happy about this. Look how when we are obedient, we have the Dupless eyes. You will serve me for eternity. Yeah, we've got the Duplo sprite. I'm going to take a screenshot of it, just so we remember it. And so, the Shadow Queen engulfed the world with her foul magic. For Mario, for Peach, and for the world, it was. Game over. Our second one of the run, the first one, of course, was in the spot we all know about in Chapter 6. We tried that last scene. Oh, but it just... Okay, it probably just skips the cutscene back to the point, though, right? Yeah, I'd rather do that. I mean, start from last save would obviously let us see, a few lines of dialogue that are different, but we'd have to go through everything again. So let's just see if it returns me directly to the dialogue. Oh, actually, it brings us back over here. Okay, we'll skip. We probably could have just come from the last save, actually. That's okay. Let's refuse this witch. Do it properly this time. I see. So you defy me. How amusing. Then, you wretched fools, you will learn the error of your ways. Love what they've done with the music here, too, as with the entire game, really, but, you are foolish to oppose me. Yes, and that foolishness will have to be punished. You can see where Beldam gets it from, by the way. This sort of cycle of domestic abuse. Will I get the next Nintendo published game with Nintendo World Championship? I'm considering it. I don't know, because I was thinking that I loved the NES Remix games. But this seemed a little more speedrun oriented in terms of, being more about time and execution, and it might not necessarily be a good fit, but having looked at the most recent Treehouse preview of it, like maybe some of the challenge design is actually closer to NES Remix than I thought of at first. And depending on whether the online multiplayer features make it conducive to a decent streaming experience, perhaps we could do it. It might not be an absolute priority, but obviously it would be nice to get into that while there is an active multiplayer scene. Anyway, Mario, if we don't defeat her now, the world is lost. So I don't know if I'll fit that in because we've got quite a lot going on, but it's something that is a decision I'm keeping an eye on, and it would make for something fun and social perhaps, but we'll see, because I don't even know if it's possible to have friend lobbies or something in it yet. I haven't looked into those features. I don't even think of it as Peach. We've got to fight with everything we have. Let's go. Okay. Let's do it. We're actually slightly down to star power, as you can see. But we will tattle. Shadow Queen Peach. Oh my gosh, what happened? I can't believe Peach got possessed. That's awful. Now she's the Shadow Queen, the demon that destroyed this town 1,000 years ago. Max HP is 150, attack is 7, defense is 0. She'll unleash big lightning attacks. She'll also use magic to raise attack and defense to absorb HP. She might even try to drag us into the darkness. I don't feel good about attacking Peach, but we have to do something. Don't think of it as Peach, we just have to fight to the end. Come on. So I'm thinking that this might actually be a good time to do the power lift for once. Because we're not using the other powers just yet. And the thing is, this will save me a little bit of turn time when it comes to giving us enough defense, perhaps, to keep us afloat for a little bit longer and allowing a larger window for attack. So maybe we should actually do it for once. So let's go with power lift. Not a Chris with a good panel, so press A. Let's do it. Okay. We'll prioritize defense, perhaps. Whoop. 3 and 4. That's not too bad. Actually, should have swapped out a different partner for this first, perhaps. But no, Goombella will do fine against Defense 0. For now, anyway. Ooh, that still hits quite hard, actually. Quite hard. So maybe that's not going to be too effective here. We'll go multi-bonk. Oh, I should have gone for... Dupla's gonna... No, that's okay. She's got the buff. Let's do it. Multi-bonk. That's not too bad, actually. 30 damage off of that. Well, if Mario's got multiple attacks going on, maybe it makes more sense to do a jump. Because then you get twice the buff. So... let's go spin jump on it. Okay. That's about a third of the health already, actually. I mean, she's going to go defense up at some point, but... attack up, defense up. But then we have piercing attacks to deal with that kind of thing. Local streamer discovers power lift. Yeah, the thing is, we've been burning so much of our power on the clock out the entire game, right? That we didn't really consider this carefully. You know what? Let's do multi-bonk again. I mean, you know, the last time we tried it, whoops, missed the input. We didn't stack quite as much power plus as we have done now, so... wow, it just wrecks her. I mean, it's going to get into the late phase, of course, so you are not weak. Perhaps you are less useless than you appear. This body is unfamiliar to me. Yeah, it's too unfamiliar. Let me assume my true form and show you real power. And we got tons of life mushrooms too, so I'm really not concerned about the fight. In this form, your attacks are like those of a child to me. You are lucky. You will perish with the honor of having seen true terror and power. We should power lift this again, although it's going to reduce me by quite a bit. Oh, also, we'll deal with a different character perhaps so we can actually sweep through the hands. I don't know what the damage on the hands is going to be. Let me quickly... everything still counts as Shadow Queen Peach, so let's... we'll probably go for Koops to take them all out, because... yeah, in that case... do I want Mario on the front line here? Yeah, actually, let's go for Koops for a moment. And we'll just power lift this again, although, again, because we don't have a peel available, we're going to be pretty low. So maybe we should actually hold off temporarily until we build up a little bit. No, we need a defense, to be honest. Let's go for it. Okay. Only +3 defense this time, but that's okay. Attack is boosted, defense is boosted. Probably not by enough. I might even want to go Shell Shield on this before we go for her. No, let's take the hands out first, and then we'll think about Shell Shield next turn, perhaps. I don't know, she's pretty well boosted at this point, so... oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay, no, I totally forgot about this. Is that your idea of attack? Foolish. Struggle as you might, it won't be enough. Okay, guard. Oh, too bad. Whoa, okay. That hits hard. I might as well soak it with a life shroom at this point, but... we also have the mushroom... too bad we didn't have any peril badges, actually. Anyway, where's my Earthbound Prey command? feel like we need that. I guess we will... We'll also go Shell Shield on it, I think, but we'll... Yeah, we'll just play defensively for a moment. I actually don't remember this well, so we'll... We can go Mushroom Roast first, I think, and then... We'll see what we can do. Press A... At the proper time. Oh, that's the best we've ever done with that. I actually hadn't hit dead center with Shell Shield before. Okay. That's a slight heal over here. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Shell Shield was actually pretty good against that. We might even stay on it for a time being. Let's see what we can do. Can we actually do something like... Put a camera on her? I don't know. Let's... No, because she's invulnerable for the time being. And we know that. So we just need to stall. Oh, that's going to not block as many attacks. Now taste my power. Okay. He's getting pretty low here. Oh. Yikes. Can't be affected by status changes. Let's see. The original getting a 3+2+ was extraordinary. Now you usually get a 4-4 or 3-4. Yeah, that's interesting that the inputs are that much easier. Let me think about this. Yeah, I actually don't remember what the solution is, and I don't want to know, of course. I do want to sort this out. I'm trying to reconstruct this. It isn't just a matter of suffering through it, I don't think. Or is it? Given that the dialogue kind of progresses. Yeah, it can't be affected by status changes. We should actually put on debut sheet for this one. And maybe even sweet treat it temporarily. Let's... Yeah, and then I'm going to swap Koops out, I think. And possibly put Flurry on for the dodge. We'll see. Okay. Oops. Okay. That's okay. I mean, you know, the heal up doesn't do much for me at this point. Given how much damage we're taking, but... I think we should stall. Possibly even stall with Vivian. With the... Gosh, but you know what? No, we're going to try this with Flurry. Oh, it can't be affected by status changes, though. So, yeah, no, that actually won't be useful. But I think we should try to kill time here. Let's see what we can do. Well, let's just see. I mean, we're going to lose the next turn, though, and have to suffer through this anyway, so... But it at least delays the debuff falling off. Oh, that hits hard. We're losing a lot of our progress here, damage-wise. Life Mushroom, that's okay. We'll figure this out. And yeah, finally getting some of those lucky inputs here. She's healing up pretty well, though, which is a bit of a problem. Let me think about this. I'm trying to remember what the vulnerability is. Let's handle check this again. Lightning attacks. Magic, darkness. Yeah, there's something that we can do here. I was trying to recall. We go for it directly here. I'm trying to see. I think we just stall it until the prayer, right? Have to take the earthbound approach here, which means that what we should do is actually get on defend. Or even just appeal, actually. Let's just go appeal. And we're getting new dialogue, so let's take the earthbound approach. Oh, missed it. Spammed the wrong button here. Okay. She's gonna heal up most of the way, unfortunately. Why do you delay? Face me. We won't ever give up. And yeah, we can actually even continue Sweet Treat off of this, although we have Close Call on right now. So we can probably just do that. And then we'll take the heart. We will, in fact... I don't remember if there's a party heal on it. I think there is, but... just in case, for now we're going to go back to Koops and we'll Sweet Treat into him. And this time we won't miss with Vivian's Veil, if we can help it. Yeah, Koops is still partly disabled here. And we'll just load up. I mean, good thing we have a bit of that life mushroom protection is fairly necessary here. Okay, let's not miss the input this time for one of the easiest things in the game. And let's just continue to hold. Why do you delay? Face me. I'm trying to remember what the event trigger is. Can't be affected, yeah. Yeah, there's something. We go for the appeal. I mean, we'll just get hit again for the life mushroom, though. How many life mushrooms are we sitting on? We need to know exactly. 5. We can put on a boo sheet. In fact, I think I will. She's unaffected, so let's actually switch to Flurry and maybe do like a... Or we can do... I wonder if we can do a second tattle on her and whether that does anything, given that she's still technically Shadow Queen Peach. I'm gonna go Flurry. And then... yeah, Dodge Fog isn't actually going to stack well with the cloak here. Yeah, I honestly don't remember this, which is great. That's exactly the best situation to be in here. And we can try to shield with Koops again. Because if the Boo sheet is on, the shield might stay on for a little while. Not great, but we'll take it. Oh, that's a smack. Yeah, I guess the shield doesn't benefit from the boo sheet. Okay. We need to get something going here, though. We won't give up. Okay, so, yeah, that's not progressing. Think about this. Because nothing's taking damage on the side right now. You know what? Why don't we just try to go for a jump? Right hand, left hand. I mean, it's taking no damage, though. Yeah, I feel like this isn't working out. Let's see, for instance. So, for example, let's say we go to Duplis and... Yeah, I don't think we're able to do anything right now. But I'm trying to remember what would actually get us to the event trigger. What do we do need to attack ineffectively, or something like that. Anyway, we still got a boost sheet on, so I think we're largely okay. We can, once again, just swap and heal. Anyway, we'll get there. What a troublesome little pest you are. Ah, there we go. Okay, we managed to get this far. Yeah, so it is a turn-based trigger then, but I didn't remember if Vivian's Veil actually contributes to the turn counter. Or if it doesn't. I mean, obviously we managed to survive this with multiple life mushrooms as well, but... Oh, got multiple hands here. I remember this does a ton of damage, and yeah, it maxes out, so... We need to get her past a certain threshold to get her into this form to begin with, so no problem. I've recovered from any slight damage I've taken. And now, how I will punish you for your resistance. Mario, what do we do? This would be it for us. We pray. I will ask you again, will you serve me? If so, I will forgive you for this. No way, lady. Mahahaha, very well. Then you will perish. What? What is this? Okay. Let's see it. The crystal stars? Oh. Anyway, that's some gallows humor for you. Right where they built the noose. Well, Rogueport is going to unite. And lend us its power. Now. What's this shiny thing? Mayor, it's the crystal star. But I thought Mario had this thing. I wonder, kids, if this is related to the sky getting dark and whatnot. You may be right. But I don't know. And, yeah, definitely a time for a worldwide salute here. But if anything's happened to my boy Koops and Mario... Oh dear. Koops, you're okay, right? You promised me you'd come back okay. Yeah, definitely. Oh, then Kubiku had this worried look to her too. That was Really quite impassioned, but whoa, the Crystal Star. What in the world? What's that doing here? You think giving this track more rock was a bit far-fetched? I mean, it's sort of deliberately ostentatious in a way. When I first played Thousand Year Door, this sequence, of course, as I've been referring to throughout, immediately reminded me of Earthbound. In terms of the world just kind of getting behind you, right? And there's a kind of bombast to it that I think does work in its favor. Even though here it's clearly with synthetic vocals rather than live. That's what the Crystal Star is here to tell us. I just know it. What, could it be? Hey, you're right, Bajuni. I can hear it. The Crystal Star is speaking to us. When I watched a recent trailer for Metroid Prime 4, and you actually heard live vocals on the some of the classic Metroid jingles for the first time, that was really kind of an eye-opening moment. It's like, wow, it really has been that long that, you know, we're finally hearing this for the first time. And it's the kind of thing that I didn't know would strike me immediately, and yet it did. But similarly with the instrumentation here, even if it is synthetic, it's telling us that Mario is fighting to save the world and he's in deep trouble. Mario, Flurry, come on, don't give up. Yeah, you can do it, guys. Keep fighting, keep fighting. We know throughout that many of the characters here are aware of the fourth wall, and here, the gang's all here, including Prince Mush, Gonzalez, Mario, and I guess they don't even have the fake star in the championship belt out here. I loved how the hot dog stand is finally accounted for as well. I know you're fighting far away right now. For us. For all of us. This Crystal Star has told us of your last brave stand. Maybe we can't do much to help you, but we're thinking of you. All our wishes are for you, for your victory. Yeah, feel it. Rock out, Great Gonzalez. Rock! Listen to me, Gonzalez. Anybody who beat me is not allowed to lose. That's right, you, Star. Tell that shrimp that beat us to never give in. Fight! We're sending you all our strength, G-Man. You feeling the love out there? Gonzalez. Speaking of G-Man, think about how this game actually came out around the same time as Half-Life 2, originally. Just to give you a sense of the time that has elapsed. Don't you give up, Mario. Give it to him. Fight, fight. Yeah, never give in. Yes, believe in yourself. Fight. Mario, you may feel like it's going rough, like the tides have shifted against you. And yeah, Dimish Advisor, you're quite right about the instrumentation for Silex as well. That's the remarkable thing about the Prime 4 trailer, that, you know, Silex has just been this post-credit joke character for the longest time that nobody expected would ever... I mean, you know, even when Metroid Prime 3 came out, I think people saw Silex in the closing and thought, groan. They're trying to make the Hunter's characters happen, and it's just not happening. And then, in the Prime 4 trailer, they legitimately made him cool in a span of a few seconds. Like, just with the visual design, the way the scene was set, etc. The whole composition of that sequence. It's remarkable that they made Silex cool. And hopefully that will turn out to be the case when we actually see the game, and it won't just be, I don't know, Silex other S. You may feel like it's going rough, like the tides have shifted against you, but if you lose, the world would be plunged into darkness forever. Please don't give in. Vivian was her name, right? I'm a bit worried about the girl that was with Mario. I hope they're both okay. It'll be fine, all of you. Mario will never give up. Mario will stand true. I still remember how easily he took care of that monster who had cursed us. We must have faith in him. We must believe that light will return to our world. Fight, Mario. Fight on. Fight. Caw, 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 caw. The parrot that was guarding the letter P in the creepy steeple basement has no idea what's going on. Mario, don't give up. Thump him, you can do it. Come on, you bilge pumps. I can't bloomin' hear you. Fight, Bobbery, fight! Once more. Go, go, go. Do it, fight. You got him. Admiral Bobbery, show him what a real sea bomb's made out of, mate. Never give in. Go, everyone. No surrender. I do hope they're all okay. Do not fear, my dear. Luigi is my finest pupil. Excuse me, it's Wario to you. I'm quite sure he'll prevail. Well, I worry nonetheless. I so hope there is a future in which my little bug can grow and prosper. Well then, I suppose all we can do is give him a rousing cheer, hmm? Yes, certainly. I'm quite sure he can hear us through the power of this crystal. Darn right, Dad. Go, Gonzalez. Go get him. Mario, you lovely thing. Gonzalez. Go, Gonzalez. Go get him. Huh? Mario? Gonzalez? Not Luigi? This is how Pennington just sort of becomes a conspiracy theorist who realizes that everybody has been steadily replaced by Dupless. We are assembled, Mayor. Okay. Good work, my comrades. 065, you're asking where's Junior Troopa? Now let us do it. Ready and... Mario! Blow him up, Shabumi, you're the bomb. Mario, you can do it. Yeah, I always just loved how the bomb mayor there, his raccoon skin hat there has the Tanuki tail, of course. That's something I noticed again when I was going through the concept art. And so, yeah. This is a neat little halo effect on all the dialogue, too, that I think is new to this. Is that... And yeah, Dupless over there is realizing, okay, maybe we picked the wrong team. Can you hear them, Mario? So many voices. Yeah, you really love how you can see on every speech bubble who's saying it. That's absolutely right. That they are very distinctive. Fight bomb. Do it, Shrimp. You go, bro. Hey, look, there's Luigi there. You go, bro. Fresh from rescuing Princess Eclair. There. They're all sending us their wishes and positive energy. That's amazing. Ooh, what? What are these vile voices? Mario, look at that. What is this light? Oh. 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 Mario. That voice. Princess Peach? Well, I mean, this is just like the bit when she peeks out at a clown card and tosses us a mushroom, right? That's what she does. Mario, What? You wretched little girl, you disobey me? Mario. Take the last of my power. I love how the shadow form actually shadows her, like on a little bit of a delay in that animation. But what's this? I feel all full of energy. You brat, obey me, girl. Farewell, Mario. I believe in you. Peach. Grr, very cunning princess. But you will not undo me. Know me as your queen. Okay, phase 2. Phase 3, technically. Mario, the time is now. We've almost got her. Enough. This ends now. Can't flee this fight. Yeah, no, we're just going to step out and grab a couple of shrooms and come back, right? Okay. We've got a Tettle. So let's do that. First things first. That's the Shadow Queen. Wow, she's scary, but we gotta hold our ground. And she's got defense 1 now, we have to account for that. She'll use lightning magic and boost her own attack and defense power. Yeah, as before, she uses her breath on us. We could be poisoned, confused, or lose power-ups. But the worst is when she saves energy for a big attack. That is gnarly. We'd do best to just avoid it by hiding in the shadows of Vivian, I think. Hint, hint. And boy, not only is her body scary, but her hands are pretty mean as well. She has several attack patterns, so watch closely to see what's coming. Yeah, Mario, let's do it. This is it, our final battle. Let's give it all we've got. Okay, so, first of all, we should have kept Koops here. No, Quake Hammer will do. Quake Hammer should, I think, give us enough juice to get through this. I'm not sure, actually, because I no longer have Hammerman up, so Quake Hammer might actually do a full 5 to the hands, especially if she's got 1 defense that applies to them as well. So we should actually go for the Earth Tremor. And yeah, Earth Tremor this turn to get the hands out of the way, and then we'll worry about this stat boost after that. Let's get at least up to the 5. Okay, this should hopefully peel the hands. What? How is it that you can hurt me? Now we're in business. Get ready for some pain. Fools. Okay, so this is a big hand attack. Whoop. Yeah, we'll take that. And that's going to be 8 on this. That's okay, because I think if we go for Koops, I don't remember how much he's going to do here with a standard attack. I don't think he quite does 8. I think just to be safe. Well, I mean, we can always Quake Hammer out of it if it doesn't do enough, I think. Oh, except Shadow Queen's kind of floating, right? Like, I don't know if Mario can actually reach with a hammer on this attack. Let's... Yeah, he does. Okay, just checking to see if it's within hammer range. Yeah, because I don't remember how much damage we're doing here with Power Shell if we have +3, if that's damage +1. I feel like it's going to do like 7. In which case, we'll just Quake Hammer out of it and take away the hands yet again. Oh, actually, no, that's going to do enough, which is good, because I think this turn then we're going to use Mario to put our defense up. But we want to save enough that we can... Well, normally we would use Koops to take away hands, I think. Typically that's what we're going to do. So, what is Power Lift this turn? Just get our stats up. Oh. Okay. Whoops, missed one. 4 and 4, that's fine. Okay, let's see how we do. +7. Yeah, we gotta hide from this one. But if we're going to hide from this one, we should quick hammer it first and then get Vivian to do it so we can get the hands out of the way. I think that's the way to do it. Bingo time. Oh, this is a good one to have, maybe. Hey, we actually got it for once. That's unusual. We'll take it. We'll gladly take it. However, with the +7 here, I think we're going to evade that. And grab Vivian for this one. Let's not miss the input. The one time we actually hit the bingo. I mean, we've done so a small handful of times over the course of this game, but... yeah, we're not touching that. Whoops. I really need to get the shell shield going. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Okay, sure. There's a dizzy hand. Yeah, unfortunately everything got peeled there. And that's okay, because we are going to get back to Koops, who is doing just fine when it comes to still having the buff available, and so we'll probably... Actually, we're going to do that. I think we might want to do a heal up first with whoever needs it. Yeah, heal up either Vivian or Goombella first. Vivian, I think, because if she's doing Veil, she's going to take a hit from time to time, and then we'll get Koops to slap the hands away. Mario's just going to have to potentially soak some damage here, but we'll go with Sweet Treat first. And then we'll switch to Koops. Okay. Also, we have a better idea for a mass attack, but this is not too bad. Okay, so Koops here is going to power shell all this since he still has the buff. It's not too bad. Oh, missed. We'll gladly take that too. And again, Koops still has tons of damage available, so we're still going to use him here. And he's going to power right through this. And since we are building up power completely, let's just get Mario to Sweet Treat once again. And we'll be okay. This is a bit of a slow way to do it, but we'll get through it. Oop. Okay. Let's see what we need to deal with here. Okay, +3 and 3. Yeah, it could be worse. Yeah, it's going to be for multiple turns though, so... Alright. Yeah, it's too bad about the damage absorption. Luck is on our side. That's okay, at this point we can get Mario to power up the party again. And I actually think that we might want to go for Stampede with Yoshi. Maybe. Because then we can keep him on the board for some gigantic maneuver. Let's think about it. Yeah, let's actually try that. I'm gonna go Dupless. And we're gonna go for the buff again. Gonna go Power Lift. And then we actually haven't used Stampede this whole game, because it was often a little bit redundant with what I could do with Koops. I guess maybe, you know, these redundancies are less noticeable if you're not using Quick Change the whole time, but we've been using it since the early game, so... So yeah, it'll compensate slightly for the enemy buff as well. At this point, let's try Stampede and hopefully it actually hits. Okay. In terms of hitting sufficiently to do damage here. That's really not too bad. With the damage buff in particular, wow, that hits hard. And you know what? We can go for it again. Although, maybe going for Koops is better. Let's see here. Or we can go with Quake Hammer with Mario and peel the hands and then get Yoshi to dunk on top. I think that's actually going to be better. Let's go Quake Hammer. And yeah, this is not going to be perfect because there is that +3 defense on the enemy, but we can do it this way. As far as standard attacks go, this is going to be about as much as we can ask for. Okay, yeah, the defense is a bit much, but our buff is going to last a turn longer, so as long as we don't have the buff cancellation effect on her. Ooh, yikes. That's fine. We actually lived. Incredibly. Gonna be in peril over here. I was hoping to do one big attack round with Yoshi while it was available, but let me think about this. I don't want to leave the hands up, though. We might just sacrifice a life mushroom this one time. Quake Hammer, again, is going to work pretty well, too, though. I might actually sacrifice one life mushroom just to really burn down a little bit. Miss. Because I really want to see how much this can do. And who knows, maybe we'll get a couple of lucky dodges in since we're below 5. Yeah, it cuts down by quite a lot, actually. It's down to 46. Mahaha, you do not know what you have done. This isn't even her final form. Attack's boosted, defense is boosted. Okay. Lucky. Alright, so we can always go Sweet Feast as well to really kind of reload completely. Although I think maybe it's better to go for the buff instead. Just to compensate for the enemy buff over here. In which case... Yeah, we might even just stay on Peril, actually. You know, we're getting a bit of an increased dodge chance off of it. A close call. And we can just keep on hitting. So the question is, do we attack with Yoshi first? No, because we want the damage buff on it. But it does mean that would potentially expend quite a bit. Yeah, you know what, let's switch to Koops. The reason we're switching to Koops is because Stampede is a little too expensive for what I'm doing right now, so let's go for Power Lift once again. Not the most conveniently placed, but... Okay. 5 and 3. Okay. We'll take it. And yeah, sure, let's just power through it. Might be complacent about some things simply because we have so many life mushrooms available. And at this point I feel like we've got plenty to work with for the rest of the fight, so... Yeah, we're getting lots of lucky dodges just from stacking everything at this point, so... It's actually better if she's trying to attack me constantly. Once again, we'll just control the hands. And... high defense, but we're kind of up by 2. It's sort of the equivalent of having a +2 available when it comes to the attack. Against +3, though, I think maybe it's better to go for the Piercing Blow. Oh, we're pretty low on star power, though. We might actually want to reload some at this point, but let's go like this. Yeah, we're getting close to victory. In fact, if we have star power, we're just going to finish with Supernova, and that would be a fun way to go. No, it cannot be. How? Oh, Koops is just going to get wrecked here for a bit. Okay, you know what? We're totally doing it this way. As long as I don't miss the input or something. We're going to go Power Shell. Actually, we can just finish it off right now. We don't even need to be fancy about it. We can just take a smack at her and be done with it. Who do we want to see for the final cutscene? I mean, I guess we typically don't finish with somebody like... I've been picking Mausalot simply because I never used her much originally, and she tends to be a bit underused, I think, just as somebody optional. I don't know how much it'll affect with the finale dialogue. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. That's been kind of the character of our run so far. So we can try to finish with Showstopper here just to really blast her out of the sky with 6 remaining. Just for style. Or we can, you know, just pop her the standard way and be done with it. It's the end of the game. We're going to be a little fancy. Tempted to go for Art Attack or something, but I know I'd probably mess it up. But anyway, let's go Supernova. We've got the points. Let's do it. Always go for the style points. And yeah, we've got enough wiggle room on the HP pool that even if we don't get the full 15, we're fine. Oh, come on. Let's do it correctly. Aye. You see? Always play for style. Yeah, we did expend a couple of life mushrooms along the way. Not too many on this fight, actually. In the first, well, in the kind of survival segment, I think we spent at least one, just because things hit so hard, but we were pretty loaded up on defense, and so it actually didn't hit as hard as I remembered, in that we weren't constantly getting one shot. Just when I missed some guards or didn't heal up by enough, typically. How could I? I cannot be beaten by lesser beings such as these. And I had just been reborn into this world. I cannot. I must not. Aye, my queen. Gah. Anyway, everything's just peachy. No, let's get out of here, Marilyn. Gah. Hey, wait. Princess Peach. Princess Peach is A-OK. She's not even hurt. Mario. So, it's all over then. I'm so sorry, Mario. Who knew all this would happen? Don't fret, Peach. It wasn't too much trouble. Thank you, all of you. Aha, there you are, Mario. Well, can you believe those brutes even came after me, an old Goomba? But I still made it here. I was so worried about you all, you have no idea. By the look of things, though, I guess we're in the clear, am I right? You kids sure are the real thing, I tell you. Yes, I seem to be in one piece too, so all is well. So, without further ado, take a look at this. I found this on the way. This must be the treasure we heard rumors of in Rogueport. My theory has been correct all these years. There really was a legendary treasure. Oh, Professor. No, don't bring me down now. It might be something great, and all's well that ends well. Now, how about we all get out of this dank place? Let's go home, Mario. Back to everyone. So, you're leaving then? Well, that's too bad. Having you around really did wonders for my research. Oh, Professor, we'd never let you monopolize Mario for your research anyway. Besides, you said I could be your research assistant for next term. Yes, that's right, and I thank you, Goombilla. Mario, even after you leave here, please don't forget about us, alright? And we in return will wish that you find all the best in the future. Never ever give up, Mario. That's the most important thing I learned from you. Thanks, Mario. Just promise me you'll think of me now and again, okay? Mario, thanks to you, I found courage and inner strength. I don't know how to say this, but I think I like myself more since I've known you. It's like I've become a tiny bit more like my dad, you know? It's also hard to put into words, My dear Mario, I am ready to make my comeback in the theater now. I found so many things in this journey that I can only express on stage. And with these new themes, I am so ready for that wonderful spotlight again. Please do come see me once we've finished rehearsing, and bring Peach too, dear. Gonzalez. Oh yeah, wait, I've got to stop doing that. It's Mario, right? Well, you've always been Gonzalez to me, man. Because I was born in the Glitz Pit, and Gonzalez is and always will be the champ. Debashed Visitor is saying, talking of new themes, great Rogueport mix. Exactly. So let's meet again, Gonzalez. I mean it, man. Mario, I feel like I've grown to lose something. Never mind. MGM1 coming in right for the ending. Hope you had a great Pikmin day today. You just missed Shadow Queen. But Pikmin is always worth it, so. hope you've been enjoying your run through that game yet again. Yeah, I sure do think that you and Peach make a nice couple. Yeah, MGM1 still 10 HP. We hit 99 BP right before the ending. Right after Grotus, we hit 99 BP. At level 33, so... I'll never forget my time traveling with you. Unless you think of this as, I'll never forget my time traveling with you. Which I think is maybe a little bit more amusing. Anyway. So, don't forget me either. Well, old boy, it was most agreeable that I had a chance to meet you. If not for you, then my dear Scarlet would still gaze down on a broken Bob-omb. But now I'm off to sea again. I know Scarlet would have wanted it that way. Let's see each other again, Mario, and this time, let it be on the high seas, old boy. Yeah, I mean, were Scarlet still alive and well, she would of course be able to drop by in this scene here and tell the professor, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Well, it is time for us to part, my little cheese hunk, but I will not say farewell. Because you're welcome here anytime. And since you're welcome, you should come anytime you please, sweetie. Now be careful, and until we meet again, adieu. And in Pikmin 4, you 100%ed the Blossoming Arcadia and did some nighttime expeditions. Yeah, excellent. And I was actually just kind of casually doing some Pikmin 4 and decided to show it to somebody this week, and I actually just sort of did 100% of Blossoming Arcadia as well. Although I, of course, originally cleared the game 100% on stream last year. And I understand this is a new playthrough for you as well, as I recall. But yeah, Pikmin 4 is just absolutely packed. Well, the boat's almost here. Mario! Okay, a little bit of a farewell gift here. We made it just in time. I see mushrooms here. I think they don't know that I'm on a diet of whack-a-bums. Take these with you. We brought them so you'd have something to eat on the boat. Yummy. I guess it's the thought that counts, but you know, next time whack-a-whack-a for me, will you? They're very fresh mushrooms. Oh, how lovely. Thank you. Unis one last time thinking they are acting of significance. Oh, they are. I mean, you have to give them some credit. Everyone, if not for all of you, the world would have fallen into a horrible darkness. Yeah, to Beshad Visitor, we went over all of the concept art up to Chapter 7. We'll be looking at the concept art gallery before we log off today as well for Chapter 8, since it's based on completion. And it was really fascinating to see how the Peony design was kind of simplified into its current form, which I really quite like. There's something really expressive about just reducing them to the eyes. Like, they're very much like a Miyamoto illustration now in some ways, even though I don't know if he was personally the designer behind them. But they're very much in line with his style and sensibility in some ways. If not for all of you, the world would have fallen into a horrible darkness, but your brave heart strove for peace and saved this world. MJ1, you're saying it's your first time streaming, but your third time playing it overall, Pikmin 4. Yeah. I know it's not your first time playing it, is what I meant. I don't know how to thank you, but know that the entire world is in your debt. What? Nonsense. We're the ones who should be thanking you, Princess. If you hadn't come to our little town, we'd all be puppets for the Shadow Queen and Grotus. The thought gives me hives. Ah, look, Your Highness. I see the boat. Oh, yeah. Alright, get over here, Cortez. Okay, not Cortez. But anyway. Doesn't fit in the harbor at home, I guess. Oh, forgive my lateness, sir. I must have dozed off a bit, but please, come on board. I'll get you folks back at full steam. Take care, everyone. Farewell. Like I said, this will not be our last stream of Thousand Year Door. We'll be doing one more to finish the catalog. And the sort of one dangling item there that we want to take care of. We'll not be doing this stream, we'll be doing it next time. But we'll go through the end credits, we'll take a look at the Chapter 8 gallery, and we'll see how the post-game save is structured here, in case there's anything different or surprising about it. And yeah, we'll just take a moment to just kind of sit back and listen to the music and talk a bit. Set a course for the Mushroom Kingdom. They're all such lovely people, don't you think? I don't have too many good memories of Rogueport, what with the kidnapping and all. But it really is a vibrant town full of love for life, isn't it? Mario, I was very frightened when they took me. But, well, Tech was really there for me and helped me get through it all. And I knew that you would come to help me as well. I always believed in that. Thank you, Mario. Maybe I shouldn't wander off by myself quite so often. All I'm thinking of is that the Peach fanboy Koopa in Petalburg has no idea what he missed and how narrowly he missed it. Mario, look out there. Rogueport's positively shining. It's so beautiful. The sort of lighting glow up here, by the way, really makes this work. And you even see the Glitzville airship. Part of the distinctive silhouette of the town. Yeah, MGM1, they just kind of narrowly missed each other. Oh wow, that's wild, bro. You had a pretty rough time of it, didn't you? By the way, look at the photographs in the back. That shows you the cast of both Paper Mario 64 and the Thousand Year Door next to each other. I don't know if that was in the original. I know they redid a lot of the texture and artwork and a lot of these little doodads along the way. Also notice they're color-coded toothbrushes. But yeah, this is the one appearance of the cast of Paper Mario 64 that we have here, just right above Luigi's head. That's a nice touch. But now that Peach is safe, I guess everything's okay. MGM1, you're saying, wait, you see the arena? No, I didn't see the arena. I was talking about the airship. In the picture. No, just the airship. I mean, that's a fairly obvious thing to spot. Debashadvisor, you're saying you cut on this briefly in a raid, but you're not entirely happy with some changes, but the improvements make up for it enough that you can gladly recommend this version to friends if they want to experience your favorite game. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about the changes. We'll have time to chat a bit as we go through the end credits and gallery and all that. So, really though, how amazing is it that you saved the world again? Again, bro. Say, it's been a little while since then. Are you ready for a new adventure? Like I said, it's been so long since I've played the original that I'm not noticing every minor adjustment with perfect acuity. Definitely, I could feel some of the rebalancing, particularly with the star powers being across the board pretty easy to execute, actually, compared to what I remember. I mean, I didn't rely on some old standbys like Art Attack so much. I remembered I just used to spam Art Attack all the time in this game, and we used it maybe a grand total of once this time. But anyway, let's read the rest of the scene here first. It's been a little while since then. Are you ready for a new adventure? Yeah, you demand, bro. I wonder what everyone who traveled with you is up to. Well, luckily, we have the email SP. What was that, bro? Was that your newfangled mail gadget? Dear Mario, what's up? Goombella here. I'm still here working with Professor Frankly. We beat the Shadow Queen, but there's tons of Rogueport lore we still don't get. So my research for the professor goes on and on. And MGM1, you wish you could say in chat, but you don't want to spoil yourself too much going into this. Yeah, absolutely. If you need to duck out because you're still on your way to finishing this yourself, that's totally understandable. And hopefully we'll get to hang out over at your stream when you get to the same point. With the info I gathered with you, we have lots of great new leads now. Mario, like I always said, every myth contains a kernel of truth. MGM1, this game is remarkably well balanced for 10 HP. Remarkably well balanced. The flexibility of the badge point system more than makes up for it, and it's, just engaging enough at every turn that I highly recommend playing it this way if you ever do a second run. Highly, highly recommend. Because it really feels like you get to experience the game's mechanics at its fullest. So, every myth contains a kernel of truth. Speaking of which, know what was in the chest that a professor recovered. You're totally not going to believe me when I tell you it's a secret. Ha 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 ha. But I'll tell you next time I see you. 20 years from now in a remake. As part of my research, I did go back to many of the places we visited. I love how they really kind of give this a proper epilogue, too. I remember thinking this in the original as well. And I saw everyone we traveled with, too. Yeah, this is just such an endearing game through and through that, you do need this proper follow-through and denouement. I mean, it's also kind of an intelligent systems thing. If you think about how in the Fire Emblem series, for instance, so much of the charm of it is getting to read the ending cards and just having that satisfaction of seeing the characters off to their fate, right? Koops is living peacefully in Petalburg with his dad and Koopy Koo. And Mario, guess what Koops wants to do now? Other than Koopy Koo? He wants to become mayor of Petalburg and live there in peace. Can you imagine? Still, it might just be perfect for him, come to think of it. He's so much more of an adult now than when you left Rogueport. Still, I think Koopy Koo pretty much has him wrapped around her little finger. Superchef, as you're saying, one of the changes is that the overall improvements in certain mechanics, like the item bag having 15 spaces, are good for the game, but they make it easier without a difficulty substitute. Yeah, I guess maybe, I don't feel that hitting is hard simply because I have been playing with self-imposed difficulty, but definitely the bump from 10 to 15 slots and eventually to 20 with the upgrade is very noticeable when part of what I was doing was just, stocking up on life mushrooms, even though that was only really relevant for Prince Mush. And specifically when I was learning Prince Mush, not even when I beat him. Yeah. I actually didn't feel the impact of the 30 FPS so much, but again, it's been long enough since I played the original that I don't have ingrained habits anymore for how crisp the mechanics and the animation timing should be. So I wasn't too sensitive to it here, simply because, the style is so clear. Flurry is back on stage in a big way, and the crowds are totally ecstatic. I remember the scene from the ending. I love how the Toads are kind of back there as well. And Atomic Boo is having the time of his life. And also the Cha-Cha soundtrack for this as well. That's very fitting for Flurry. And the play she's doing right now is the story of our adventure. Yeah. The crowd goes wild. Look at that. There are even the, daisies in the crowd. And it's called Paper Mario. I saw it twice. It was totally the best play ever. I agree. Yeah, no, I remember that it was an upgrade from 10 to 20 originally. But definitely as a mainline experience. And yeah, you can totally tell that it's Dupless playing Mario here with the eyes. And somehow Dupless has joined a troupe as an actor. Who's that coming? He's found his calling. His transformation skills are serving him well, but still kind of creeps me out. Oh, and Little Dupless. Yeah, he's fighting solo in the Glitzfist. I love how you hear about Little Dupless here, right after you've heard about Big Dupless. It just as a specific artifact of my playthrough here. And in fact, I'll even screenshot this. I feel like I've picked a good name for him just on an impulse. He says he's getting pretty close to a title match even. Isn't that just adorable? Oh, yeah, he's calling himself the Great Gonzalez Jr. in the ring, by the way. It's sort of silly, but kind of cute too, don't you think? Oh, and wait. I have to get this exactly right or he'll get, like, so mad at me. He said that he could totally take you into ring now, so bring it. I guess he doesn't change. Isn't that too cute? Vivian's gone back to hang out with her sisters. She wants to give them another chance. Now that the Shadow Queen has been defeated, I don't think Beldam's into evil. And of course Beldam's just kind of cackling through this scene. Oh, and Beldam also promised me she would never be mean to Vivian ever again. Yep, I think the three sisters are going to live pretty peacefully from now on. But you should totally go visit her sometime. Bobbery goes out to sea every day now in Cortez's ship. I think his soul has healed. I ran into him on Keelhaul Key by accident the other day, which was nice. He was so happy I thought he was going to blow up on me for a second there. You know, I bet Scarlet is looking down on him and smiling right now. Shed Visitor, you can see the OG squad pulling up to Beldam in their entirety if she becomes mean again, yeah. They've had a word with her. I mean, she no longer has somebody she's serving and trying to revive, so she's gone freelance. I always forgot, everyone on Keelhaul Key as well, and they say hello. I feel like Beldam would be a hit in the Glitz pit, to be honest. But what do I know? Miss Mouse is still running a bad shop in Rogueport, so she's happy. By the way, this is the first explicit acknowledgement that it actually is Ms. Mouse who runs the bad shop, if you think about it. Because, of course, she kind of, you know, swaps between her thief mask and her shopkeeper mask. Right outside the same door, in fact. But she comes over to Frankly's sometimes to visit. But as usual, as soon as she sets foot outside a shop, she turns into a badge ninja. Yeah, what a twist, right? I mean, you know, you have to unlock the character to earn the twist. But she said just the other day that she has found some super rare badge, actually. That's a globe-trotting, mystery-making, flirting little badge thief, huh? Look at that, it's the big reveal. That's an M. Night Shyamalan moment right there, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess, you know, beheaded Grotus is still bobbing around. In my travels, I heard a rumor that Lord Crump and Grotus were both still alive. I guess it makes them pretty tenacious baddies, doesn't it, Mario? But they've mellowed a lot, just like Beldam has, and I don't expect more trouble. Plus, I hear Grotus is just ahead, which really cuts down to mischief making. He's totally getting ahead of himself. Speaking of Miracle Survivals, guess whose favorite calculator is still computing? He says he really wants to see you and Peach again. Well, I'm totally rambling at this point, so I guess I'd better wrap it up. I just want to say, even though things got tough, I'm grateful for our time together. And there is one thing that kind of weighed on me, and I never got to express to you. See, well, maybe that's best kept a secret. Look, Goombella, the harem is first come, first served. You can tell that's what you want. So, please say hi to Peach for me, okay? Till we meet again, your friend Goombella. Hey, that's awesome, bro. Sounds like everyone's doing great over there.
Oh, yeah.
Huh, someone here? Excuse me, sirs. Hello, Mario. Hello, Luigi. Please allow me to apologize for coming unannounced, but I was cleaning out the storeroom in the castle the other day, and I found something rather amazing. Yes, Toadsworth found a treasure map. And I'm sure it will lead to real treasure this time. I just know it. So Mario, you'd love to look for treasure, isn't that right? The boat's waiting for you. Oh, let's get a screenshot of this too. This was part of the finale. Anyway, let's close the book on that. Lights out. Well, I'm really looking forward to listening to the end credits music, by the way. Whatever it turns out to be. Alright, let's get all of our Paper Mario cameos in order here. Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door. This literal cinematic outro here. And Goombella and Frankly taking a bow. And yeah, I'm kind of looking at the images here. And yeah, it took me a moment to kind of figure out if they were from this version or the original. Are they actually shots from the original? I'm looking at this and the texturing made me wonder for a second. Anyway. No, I'm pretty sure it's from a remake, actually. But anyway, here's Hooktail. Taking up plenty of space. Yeah, but there's a little bit of this, you know, kind of... softer texture to the image here, I guess, that made me wonder for a moment. The Elder's having a word with Flurry. Flurry is going to look all taken aback. And the Zeppelin operator, or Ticketmaster, I suppose. And here's Prince Mush. Why does he even need a bodyguard? Well, I mean, he did get kidnapped once, I guess, and stowed away, so... And notice that the egg does not hatch on us, but it does give us the matching Yoshi, of course, since he's the one in the cast. And here's good old Grubba here, showing us both of his forms. Love the stained glass Dupless. Being trailed by Otto's Booze, of course. Atomic Booze already had his say, I guess. And isn't necessarily going to start over here. Yeah, one of the things that we talked about at the very beginning of this stream as we were going through the gallery was how Flavio's original design was actually as a toad, which I found astonishing. I always love reading the music credits as well. You start to recognize the tone of some of the instrumentalists in Nintendo's in-house band after a while too. So anyway, Penning just leading the entire cast of the Excess Express. including the dead one. It never actually occurred to you this was an actual orchestra? Oh no, it's occurred to me for a long time. Because I've followed Nintendo music for long enough that, you know, they have an in-house band that records for a lot of the soundtracks nowadays and has for quite some time. And like I said, you start to recognize a few things about it. But the thing about the Nintendo sound mixing for the soundtracks is that they actually have a way of making their orchestras kind of sound bigger than it actually is in some ways because of just the density of material. Because when you actually look at videos of their recording sessions for various games, they're you know, they actually kind of rotate small ensembles at a time, and sometimes much smaller than it might sound just from a listen to the soundtrack. But yeah, it's something we pay very close attention to. I mean, with Paper Mario, it was really with Color Splash that the acoustically recorded soundtracks really started taking off. Based on the work of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, original Nintendo GameCube version, development staff. And I love how we come out here with our Wario colors at the end. Accurate to how we finished chapters 7 and 8. And there's your main cast. The end. Luigi jump scare. Yeah, I know. Look at that. You never really see Luigi sort of facing the camera directly the way he does now, do you? Because it's a perspective on Luigi. You never really see Mario with that, too, in fact. Except in... yeah, very rarely, I think. Particularly with this kind of design, you know, with the Paper Mario eyes that they have going on. I think that's what looks very disconcerting about him in some ways. And, yeah, you can see the daisies, a couple of X-Nauts in there. The Punies trying to make themselves present, as always. Anyway, that's curtains for this one. And we're going to have the post-game save here. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Let's take a look. So yeah, so this is what we finished with. File 1 over here with a single medal on it. And level 33 and is just under 67 hours. It's longer than I remembered. Because I remembered having a lot of like 30 to 40 hour saves or something. I don't know if I was just more complete about it this time or just more thorough, or if maybe we just always had lots of time by talking while we're playing whenever I stream something live. But it's a lot longer than I remember. And the thing is, it didn't feel that long. Like, it felt like this was a really breezy experience. We are going to get into the post-game save though, and I want to see how this is structured and where it dumps you, and then also bring up the gallery. Anyway, we're back. Yeah, I remember that you get dropped off here, of course, because there's no direct pipe from the final save point. So, you're a strange one, sir. It must be something special to convince you to return. Although if I had a Goomba that cute waiting for me at the dock, I might return too. Well, whatever you're doing, be careful. Goodbye, sir. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is that when I'm playing the battles, I think it's also slowed down significantly by the fact that I'm actually describing some of my decisions, instead of just, you know, pushing buttons. And so for Tactics games in particular, I think, you know, it does pad things out a little bit. Long time no see, Mario. I'm totally glad I got to see you again. Oh, also the other thing is that I'm actually reading a lot of the dialogue, which I didn't think I would do when I first started this, simply because there is so much dialogue in this game. But it's so immensely readable that I ended up saying most of it anyway, right? And typically I don't. Like, I'm a very quick reader, and so most of the time when I'm off stream, I just go tap, tap, tap through the dialogue, and I process it totally fine. And so I think that was definitely a contributing factor as well. Everyone's ready. We heard you were coming, so we've been waiting here for you. So are you ready to go? Wherever you want to go, we are so there with you. Okay, so we're not going to do too much here. We're actually going to probably start right here next time, but I do want to take a look at the gallery and also take a look at the final state of the tattle log, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. Also, look at this. We got knocked down to 5 life mushrooms at the end. Yeah, because I think we were kind of hovering between 6 and 8 or so going into the final sequences. But that's what we have. And in terms of our final badge setup, let's just take a look at this again. Because this is what we had going into the final fight, and the lucky ones, I think, did end up having quite an impact in terms of the tempo of the final battle, given how many dodges we actually got in, especially once we were in peril at 1 HP and just decided to stick with it that way. Art gallery and sound gallery. We will take a look at the art. Change the location to main road port place. You think I should get a mail? Yeah, I'll take a look. Unless you're talking about the one for the Pit of 100 Trials that we already got last time. If you... because this is the last one we got here. And I actually got that on the last stream. Yeah. So I don't know what triggers it. We had figured out that whatever is number 133 is in the Pit of 100 Trials because it was pretty obvious from the location. We are still missing number 10, which I know you told me you had to look up. We had kind of discerned that as some kind of training-related fight, because that's the only thing that really makes sense with various locations and a Goomba and something that's probably named Goomba something or other. But I think, you know, even when we established that, somebody else had hinted at that in chat. Let's make sure that we got everything that we needed out of Chapter 8. Yes, we did. We filled in absolutely everything. So we're only missing 133 and 10 as far as I know. And oh, and 31 because that is the blue Spiny, which we know about because we consciously missed it when I was pushing through the Pit of 100 Trials the first time. So it's just going to be those 3, but it doesn't mean we'll be doing the second run in the Pit of 100 Trials, likely starting from level 50. And so, yeah, there's going to be the boss that's been alluded to here. I have my suspicions about what it is, not least because if you go ABC, you know that it's situated here between V and W inclusively. And something that is suspected to be extinct. Well, I mean, it's not going to be a Wump. Or is it? Anyway. So yeah, this is our final status here. Level 33, 99 BP, although 3 of those BP were allocated to 5 FP, so next time we get a chance to level up, like after beating up on a couple of the Mazy Daisies or something, we'll probably drop the FP Plus badge and extend our functional badge points by another 3 beyond that, just for the style. Interestingly enough, that the pacing of this game, when you do all the content, is balanced in such a way that you do just end up with 99 BP. Like, that seems kind of perfect in some ways, that we ended up exactly there from going pure BP. Anyway, speaking of which, let's do the gallery for... Oh, there's a special one as well. I wonder if the condition was 100% and everything else, but let's take a look at both Chapter 8 and Special. So yeah, some of these lovely layouts here, showing you the lighting as well as the obstacles. It's sort of interesting down below here. I wonder if that... Yeah, that's just actually the light that's reflected off of the fire bars. And despite it affected from your camera position, you don't actually get to see them as a player. That's interesting that they would thoroughly sketch that out. And yeah, definitely looking at the lighting here, just how they've applied that. Anyway, here's a tower. And then a lot of the workings and mechanisms. Definitely the background animation, by the way, too. A lot of these shapes here I was Pretty impressed with that. This whole sequence was much, much shorter than I remember, actually. I remember it being much more involved in that for some reason, with a lot more platforming around and hitting switches or whatever, but I think we just had the benefit of navigating it quickly, and you can see what a lighting change there is here too with the way that gets figured out. And yeah, all 3 floors of the central tower. And yeah, the altar of the Shadow Queen. What is beautiful vaulted ceiling here. You know, this vaulted ceiling reminds me specifically of the gallery outside the House of Commons in the Canadian Parliament. Like the Canadian Parliamentary Building, like inside there's a ceiling that's kind of like this. Just like that, in fact. I mean, I know it's a fairly common architectural feature, but it's just that like this particular configuration, it reminds me of that very vividly. And yeah, here's a little bit of negativity for you here. The negative space as we revived a Shadow Queen. And for something fairly Spartan, it's kind of interesting how intricate the assembly of the stage is. With the way that the curtains are laid out and everything. And yes, now we're going to see some of the design of the final Shadow Queen sequence and the way the hands just kind of envelop you. And interesting that, yeah, so this is going back to some of the original sketches. It seems like they always wanted to have something similar to an Miller's Fair, or yeah, it's definitely a sort of astronomical theme to it. As you can see here, it's not originally in a tower, it's kind of like in a cavern or something. But that's the conclusion always sort of involved stars. As you can see, the sketches here are actually from June 2003. Again, we were pretty astonished at the turnaround time for the planning going into a 2004 release. With development times the way they were back in the GameCube era. And yeah, you can see that it used to have this much more natural service for the subterranean caverns. But that the finale sort of leading towards the altarpiece was something that was in mind for quite some time. Okay, in the palace anyway. Anyway, these designs weren't much changed, except look at the different kind of clothing configurations, goggles, horns, disguises, etc. for the X-Nauts and Crumb. And for pirate disguise as well, for that matter. That's sort of interesting to look at. And the Shadow Queen as well. I think they do come up with something a little more ethereal and vivid at the end. And yeah, that's it for this gallery, I think. And then let's take a look at the special one. And we'll finish up there, probably. Ooh, interesting. I was wondering what the special one would be. And yeah, a lot of this initial design work for how Mario's house was going to look here. Notice that you don't have the picture frames in the bottom right the way that you do in the final scene with the cast of both the Thousand Year Door and Paper Mario 64 that we noticed. That's overlaid there at the very end. You know, from a distance, looking at the folding of these exclamation blocks, I totally was parsing that as a D-pad. But these go through a couple of different iterations here as well. And a lot of the other basic elements that we see throughout. In terms of, you know, figuring out where the seams were going to be and everything for the paper craft. And the way that the shines kind of pop out as you collect them, for instance. If you look at this, you hit from below and you get this very satisfying pop. And then here even suggests some illustrations of how the POWs are going to be compressed upon contact. We barely ever used the POWs, of course, once Quake Hammer just kind of set in as our standby attacks throughout the entirety of the game. I never took off the Quake Hammer badge once we applied it, in fact. And yeah, the way that you would have this little compression on the paper question mark blocks here as you pop a power-up out of that. And oh, interesting that you have these very subtle differences between the different coin designs as well in terms of the thickness and just how everything is inlaid. And you've got the Shy Guy's perspective on how everything looks from backstage, by the way. This is really interesting because this is a view that you never get as a player. As a prototype of how things are going to work. And I actually wonder if this is a... I can't tell if this is a render or a photograph of a physical model. It actually does kind of look like a photograph of a physical model that they built, because I know they did a lot of that for prototyping, and we actually did see quite a few examples of that previously. And it's true of a lot of art design for various Nintendo series, is that they do a lot of model work in the concept stage. And yeah, rather remote castle layout here, of course. And Bowser's Adventure. And oh, that's interesting. This set of illustrations here is sort of interesting how stylistically distinct some of these illustrations are. But yeah, it's this kind of pastel look and watercolor and everything. Trying to get some of the proportions right for the house, I suppose. And quite a lot of variety that's necessary for the trees that, you know, can easily sort of recede into the background for the player in some ways as it sets the scene. And yeah, this looks like it's more actual physical papercraft models that they built and photographed in the prototyping phase. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, if you look at it. With this sort of hand-colored exterior, what they were going for. Always love looking at that stuff. I wonder if these are going back to some of the original illustrations. Look at Hooktail just kind of bursting out of that castle there. Oh, this is for concepts for the cover artwork, so it might actually be for the remake. Now that I look at it. Anyway. I wonder if this was supposed to be the original concept for the Prince Mushroom equivalent up here. And Toadsworth goes through a couple of iterations as well. I think he absolutely needs the facial hair. Look at the bandits over here. I wonder if the implication was that there was some kind of train robbery or something that was originally conceived for the Railway chapter. I think that would probably be the best fit for some of this design. But yeah, the Goomba here basically looks like the Lone Ranger. Almost. Without the mask, I suppose, but that's an easy fit. Yeah. The sort of Sheriff Boo here in profile is kind of a neat touch. I don't want to see that game now. And yeah, this is just back to the beginning with the special gallery. Anyway, I think we are going to leave off here. And we will, as I said, have one additional stream next time. And that'll be for cleaning up number 10 as well as the 2 title entries in the Pit of 100 Trials. I don't think there's anything else that I'm necessarily going for. We're not really going to do a complete collection of everything that's purchasable in the minigame shop or anything like that, because I think some of those are sort of repeatably purchasable anyway. I didn't even know there was a recipe book. Wait a minute, there's a collectible recipe book. I don't know that we're ever going to get this without looking things up, though. I didn't realize there was an actual recipe log. This is quite a thing to discover as I'm finishing the game. And yeah, it just gives you the descriptions, and the descriptions always give you one of the sample recipes for what it is you're doing. Well, we might fill this in at some point, but probably not on stream. It's funny because I had gone back to this menu so many times that I never bothered to just look at recipes. Badge list, 83 out of 86. Oh, this is important actually because we know that we're missing something. And I don't think it necessarily includes multiples or anything. P down, D up is next to this. Damage dodge P. This is probably P down, D up P then. Because we've got power plus and power plus P. Yeah, it is definitely the partner equivalent of P down, D up. We picked up P up, D down. I don't know how we'll search for it, given that I know we had missed a couple of locations that Mouse had picked up on. But it's not that. We're missing both of these. This seems like another pair. We got Feeling Fine here and Super Appeal here, but we're missing a pair. Recipes is one thing you'll just unprompted use Google for. Yeah, that's understandable if you just want to really complete that. So yeah, we're just missing, we know we're missing P down, D up, P, and we're missing a pair of something. I wonder if we should check something like the Piano Parlor shop for that in case there was something that was not accounted for elsewhere, or if it was something collectible in the field. But it's sort of interesting to me that it was a pair of badges that goes together. That's we're still lacking here. But that's something we can look at with time. As far as streaming goes, the priority will be the title log. I don't think we'll stream any other cleanup beyond that. It already took me a whole stream to do star pieces. So anyway, very happy with this. And the Debichet Visitor were saying earlier that this was your favorite game. You know, I was thinking years and years ago, when it had come a conversation, I was thinking, oh, wow, I've begun to realize that maybe 1000 Year Door is actually legitimately, you know, the best RPG I've played. And I always thought it was definitely way up there with games like Chrono Trigger and so on. Like, even when I played it for the first time, even given a few years distance, I was thinking, oh, 1000 Year Door is just, you know, absolutely exquisite and might actually be the best RPG I've played. And I was wondering if that impression would have held up after a lot more games, a lot more experience, a lot more of seeing the eventual change in direction of this series as well, and where RPGs in and outside of Mario have gone since. And you know what? I think this is still the best RPG I've played. You know, with the recency bias of this being fresh in memory again, but this was just the complete package in every way. Absolutely complete. You know, in terms of the mechanics and the overall sense of character, and the tactical flexibility of it, the exploration and collection, the pacing, really the difficulty tuning as well. If you're playing it with 10 HP, like, it feels great. It feels absolutely great. And maybe, as you were saying, some of the difficulty changes are more noticeable if you're just kind of playing it standard, and you can feel it ease up on you. But I felt like this was just an exquisitely balanced experience to go through it this way. And yeah, you're saying 1000 Year Door is what made you realize how games are an art form and not a consumption product. Oh, I'd realized that before that, but I'd had a couple of experiences like that. And yeah, it is really something quite special, though. But yeah, it sometimes is a function of when you get into something. But I think, you know, I wasn't even sure this game necessarily needed a remake other than just being accessible to a new audience in a purely sort of functional standpoint, with GameCube disc prices going through the roof and old displays being something that you can't really get around to as much anymore. And so on. Like, you know, obviously new generations needed to play this somehow, but I was thinking, oh, okay, why would they go with a remake rather than just a GameCube port or something? But, you know, in retrospect, seeing this beautiful artistic and musical treatment that is received here, I feel like it was something that actually, in retrospect, did need to happen and did need to happen now. And I'm just incredibly pleased with it all around. Even with a lot of my favorite games, I usually don't spend that much time with things like re-releases or HD releases or remasters or anything. I find that I don't actually ever sit through them as much as I think I will. Not the case with Thousand Year Door. I think I was just, elated to go through it again in this spruced up form, and very happy with the experience overall. And it's not over yet. We'll have at least one more stream with us. That'll be probably in about 2 days' time, I think. I don't know that I'd be on tomorrow. But we'll be back soon enough. And for now, we will put this aside and send you folks off somewhere else. So, thank you so much for watching and seeing me through the finale here. I did finally show that I could beat this with 10 HP without ever using HP+, which I think was a condition that I hadn't stuck to before. And that it felt positively relaxed outside of getting kicked this way and that on Prince Mush specifically, which I wouldn't have known to expect. And we'll see if that's true of the remaining content as well, whatever it may be. Thanks for watching. We'll send you forth to somewhere else very, very soon. And have a wonderful time ahead of you with anything you may be doing in the coming days. If any late-night Americans are still lurking, enjoy your federal holiday as well, of course, with all of the fireworks that may entail. If anybody from the UK is lurking, have a fun election. Those are always a treat. Especially the way they count late into the night and into the early morning. Enough talking for me. Let's go somewhere. And as always, fare thee well.